We'll call the meeting of the Orange County Board of Education to order. Daru, roll call.
Trustee Barkey,
Here.
Trustee Williams,
Present.
Trustee Sparks,
Here.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Valdez.
Here.
And so I'll call for the regular meeting of June 7, 2023 adoption with removal of items 19 and 20 because those are going to be bumped to the June 21st meeting.
Okay.
I will move with the adoption with those changes.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then regular meeting of May 3rd, 2023 approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. At this point, we will go into closed session and we will come out probably just a little after 5 p.m. Okay, we'll call the Orange County Board of Education meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Hello? Hello, hello? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay, I think they're fixing it back there. All right, welcome to the Orange County Board of Education. We're calling the meeting to order. I don't know if you heard that. I'll do it again. All right, first of all, we'll have our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. And I believe Sarah is going to come up with her friend. Hi.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for this honor. I appreciate it. My name is Dr. Sarah Bach, and I am the founder and executive director of Sycamore Creek Charter School, and I'm also giving the invocation this evening. And which comes first, the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh, okay, always. Please stand and put your hand over your heart. And I think I'm so nervous, I'm actually going to make sure I have the words, just in case. Of course I do. Okay. We'll let you all start. Thank you. I pledge allegiance. Thank you, sorry. Of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you. Pardon the nervousness. All right. Well, my father was a reverend, so I should be pretty comfortable up here. So I just ask that everyone close their eyes, fold their hands, and I ask our Heavenly Father to bless the meeting this evening, bless everyone in the room who is here with good intentions in their hearts for the best outcome for our children in this county and beyond. I pray for the Board of Trustees and President Sparks to use their intellect, their intuition, and their compassion for all the hard work that goes into education each and every day, and make those difficult decisions that I know weigh on their hearts. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. We appreciate it so much. All right. Nina, are there any introductions? And public comments? Mr.
Okay, we have a number of you wanting to speak, so what I'm going to do is read a name and read who's on deck, so the on deck person can be ready. Now we have, I think, over 20 here. I don't know if we want to do, keep it to, go to 2 minutes or 3 minutes? How do we want to proceed?
If we did 2, it would be 40 minutes.
Okay. So do we go to, if it's okay with everybody, we'll try to limit you to 2 minutes, and that way we can get through everybody in a reasonable hour. So we'll begin with Lynn, followed by Billy.
Good evening. Before I begin, may I just ask whether the board members have received this graphic? Thank you. I need to get my glasses out. I'm Lynn Riddle with praise and gratitude for the self-identified transgender women of Alianza Trans Latinx for their comments at the April 12th board meeting. Opposing AB 1314, they spoke not in anger, but in openness about the crushing hostility that they've endured by non-supportive family and schoolyard bullies. These brave women came with nothing more than to explain from their own lives the reasons for their opposing a legislative bill they understand would put significant numbers of transgender school children at a grave risk of indelible harm, yet notwithstanding their kindness and their fragility, they were put upon by an undisciplined, vile mockery by a specially and publicity-curated audience. In a combined and compressed nutshell, I'll give some quotations. Here's what they said. "I want you to see me. Look at me. Do you see me? Not many years ago, I was a student in public school system who needed reassurances, a teacher to support me, needed the kindness of individuals to protect me and my community. Not just trans, but all young people need a chance, a safe place to realize who they are. Growing up in a very religious conservative home, I was scared to tell my family of my gender identity. I wouldn't be standing here proud, letting you know that I'm a transgender Latina if it wasn't for the support and the trust that I received from school teachers, counselors, and school staff. If God, being the creator of the universe, does not reject anyone, who are we to discriminate against others only because they think differently, live and love in a different way? Bored and disagreeing audience, do not bulldoze over the needs of trans and gender nonconforming youth, putting them at risk for a lifetime of trauma in the name of so-called parents' rights is not parents' rights. As many of us in the LGBT community and other folks well know, not all parents are right, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Billy. Billy will be followed by Stephanie.
Good evening. My name is Billy Joe Wright from the city of Anaheim. I'm a high school teacher speaking on behalf of several organizations that I represent, but most important this evening is that I am my mom's son and a member of the LGBTQ community. I want to wish all of my LGBTQ plus siblings out there a happy Pride Month, especially our LGBTQ kids and families that are witnessing so much hate toward us being displayed, from violence in Glendale to this board supporting policies like AB 1314, which thankfully did not move out of committee. I want them to all know that I am one of many who will continue to fight for our rights and demand elected officials like yourselves wake up and stop the dangerous hate that you sow. Hate will not win by trying to erase the LGBTQ community or place us back in the closet, or by trying to use policies to intimidate our kids as you wanted to do with AB 1314. The primary role of elected leaders is to provide for safety and security, not further create unsafe environments for their citizens, taxpayers, youth, and especially youth in education. Yesterday, the Human Rights Campaign just declared a state of emergency, an historic warning for LGBTQ people traveling anywhere in the U.S., including Orange County, the home of Disneyland. On May 24th, the Department of Homeland Security issued an alert titled Summary of Terrorism. Among the, quote, likely targets of potential violence include individuals or events associated with the LGBTQ plus community. It is time that you wake up to your responsibility and truly honor the God that you speak of every single meeting, and that you truly prioritize the human lives that you continue to mess with. Thank you.
Stephanie will be followed by Eileen.
Good evening, members of the board. Happy Pride Month, or not so happy Pride Month. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center OC. Echoing what Billy mentioned, yesterday, for the first time in 40 years, the Human Rights Campaign, which is the largest LGBTQ organization here in this country, declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ people here. During this legislative session, there have been over 525 state bills introduced that attack LGBTQ people, and over 220 of those attack the trans folks or trans community members. More so, 70 pieces of legislation have officially become law. That's one. Two, yesterday, the Orange County Board of Supervisors voted to remove all pride flags as well as non-governmental flags from county buildings. The timing was too coincidental. The fact that the decision was made just before Pride Month is suspect. What kind of message is this sending to our queer and trans students living in Orange County? We are witnessing at this time reverberations of hate across the country happening here in Orange County. Several meetings ago, the Board of Education You all voted in support of AB 1314. Thankfully, that was shut down. However, to see where the board stands on this issue is a sad realization that you do not have our students' well-being in mind. I ask, what will you do to support your LGBTQ students here in this county? I challenge you all to directly engage with your LGBTQ student constituents and school faculty, which is a vital step in understanding our experiences as LGBTQ people and hearing our needs. By actively listening to our perspectives for safety, representation, for visibility, and demonstrating a commitment to addressing our concerns, you can help by creating these safe and supportive environments so we feel heard and valued. Again, what kind of message do you want to send during this time of heightened violence and hate during our community? And what will you do to address this with our young people? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Eileen will be followed by, forgive me, UN, I believe.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eileen Caravello-Pennon, and since it's Pride Month, I'd like to make a statement about school and diversity that manifested itself in our daughter. And I'm also on the board of Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties, too. And I attend PFLAG meetings, Parents of Friends of Lesbians and Gays. And I've been listening to a lot of stories from trans families, and how the families that support their children and the schools and friends that support them do much, much better. And there's a lot of suicide, and our daughter was in the Newport Mesa school system from 1st through 5th grades, and I saw how important it was to conform and fit in, and how our daughter felt she couldn't be herself. Our daughter went on to OSHA and then to Berkeley, and actually lived in a gay co-op for a couple of years because she had gay friends, and she became an ally and understood what they went through. And she advocated for them and stood up for their rights. And it was a very safe place for a woman to be, as opposed to in a heterosexual mixed environment. Our daughter was not influenced by being around kids struggling with their identity. She had many friends in the LGBTQ+ community, and she became an ally. She saw the discrimination and fear they experienced. She spoke up for her friends in the community, and she got me involved with attending PFLAG meetings to educate myself on their struggle. If your kids feel judged or that they are letting you down because of their choices, they won't open up to you. And that's the real fear for me. I always had an open door for my daughter. I told her about my own struggles, and I think we just need to be loving and compassionate to everybody because we're all different. We've all walked different paths. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So, UN followed by Wendy.
Before I begin, can I confirm that you all got the letter that we've gave to the secretary? Cool, great. Thank you so much. So hello, my name is Wynn. I go by she, they pronouns. I'm the executive director of Viet Ram of Orange County, aka VROC. And you should know me by now. I've been here at a couple of meetings. I was also at the April 12th meeting when you had stopped public comment to vote in support of AB 1314, which would require the forced outing of trans and non-binary students to their parents without their consent. And even though you knew that this bill is dead and wouldn't advance in committee, you all chose to move forward to signal that you do not care about trans and gender nonconforming students and their safety in their schools. So I'm here to deliver our letter that we created with Advancing Justice to keep you accountable to our community. As of 2 p.m. today, we have over 200 signatures from local and statewide community organizations and community members who care about making Orange County schools safe for trans and non-binary students. Read the letter, but to summarize, our demands are: rescind your endorsement of AB 1314 and apologize for the impact that you all have made by endorsing anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ legislation, prioritize supporting policies, and put these policies on the agenda, and meet with the LGBTQ communities and their allies by the end of this Pride Month. You know, a lot of the board members had stated that they could not understand the challenges that a parent with a trans or LGBT+ child faces. So meet with the community, learn from our experiences. You all cannot be leaders in education if you yourselves are not open to learning. Thank you and happy Pride Month.
We're going to hear from Wendy, forgive me again, I believe followed by Gurish.
Hello, my name is Wendy Angano, and I am a resident of Orange County. I am here in support of LGBTQ plus youth. School is often a safe haven for LGBTQ youth, and it should continue to be this way. As someone who works in training service providers on LGBTQ inclusion, I see firsthand how important it is to be affirming of all youth, including LGBTQ youth. Therefore, I ask that the Orange County Board of Education rescind their endorsement of AB 1314, prioritize policies that protect trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students, and meet with LGBT community and allies by the end of Pride Month, as this is an important step to show that we support LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Okay, Gurus will be followed by Juliana.
Hi, my name's Kurosh. I'm with PSL, which stands for the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here today to demand that the Board of Education rescind its support of anti-LGBTQ legislation like AB 1314 and instead support policies that protect LGBTQ students. This board recently supported AB 1314, which is a dead bill that required school district employees to out trans and non-binary students without the students' consent, which is a disgusting attack on gay and trans youth who face a lot of oppression, a lot of bullying in school. The board's support for this bill obviously endangers their safety, and it comes at a time when there's anti-LGBTQ legislation nationwide. We believe that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, that we're not free until all of us are free. That's why we all need to unite and fight for full equality for our gay and trans allies. Please listen to the stories of the community who are fighting for basic equality. Please rescind your support of AB 1314. Support policies that protect trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students. Thank you.
Juliana will be followed by Van.
Hello, my name is Juliana. I'm also here with the PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. As you all know, there's been a widespread attack on LGBTQ youth and people throughout this country. And I'd like to just point out that this attack is not democratic. It's not being pushed by the majority of people in this country. It's being pushed by a very small interest group composed of the far right, who have very coordinated tactics and have managed throughout this year to put 500 plus bills, anti-LGBTQ bills, into the legislatures. And now the time has come for our local governments to decide, are they going to side with the majority of the US and the vulnerable youth that are already facing bullies and discrimination and prejudice, or are they going to side with the far-right demagogues who are using this as a wedge issue to distract us from what really needs to be done in our schools and for our youth and for our families, which is to expand mental health care and resources in this time where a lot of people are struggling. So I urge you, rescind your support and stand on the right side of history.
Van will be followed by Emlu, I believe.
Hello, my name is Van Bowie, and I'm a resident in Westminster. I've been born and raised here in Orange County my entire life. I've gone to school here in OC even for my undergrad. I went to Robert M. Piles Elementary School in Stanton, Dale Junior High in Anaheim, and Western High School in Anaheim as well. I didn't come out as queer until I graduated high school, but overall my journey as a queer Asian woman has been wonderful to say the least. Thanks to people who care, like those from VROC who turned out this amazing crowd of community, I can confidently say that my queer experience would not be the same without community. Endorsing anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ plus legislation like AB 1314 would negatively impact the experiences of youth across OC to be drastically more different than mine. To have to stand here today and speak out against the Board of Education's endorsement of AB 13 is frankly beyond disappointing and disrespectful to the LGBTQ plus community. Anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ plus legislation does not serve any purpose except to erase the visibility of LGBTQ youth, negatively impact those youth physical and mental health, and literally put their lives in danger. We're talking about literally life-threatening circumstances when it comes to this kind of legislation. Forcing young queer students to come out without their consent could have drastic implications. Ostracization from their loved ones, depression, anxiety, homelessness, even suicide. Someone literally just gave an invocation today where they asked God to bless and protect their students, our students and youth. How is AB 1314 supposed to do that? Please at least pretend to have some regard for these young lives when you deliberate here about AB 1314. The queer community here in Orange County has always been here and will continue to be here and be queer. Please rescind your endorsement of AB 1314, publicly acknowledge and apologize for its impact on our community, and instead prioritize supporting policies that actually protect our queer youth. Thank you.
Emlu, followed by Joseph.
Hello everyone, my name is Emlu Aquino. I grew up in Costa Mesa all my life. I'm an alumni and product of the Newport Mesa School District, and now a staff member and advocate in higher education at Orange Coast College. I'm also transgender and non-binary. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I've been on hormones for about 4 years, and I've been out for about 6 years. I'm able to live a happy and proud life because of the supportive community that I have that's filled with family, friends, teachers, professors, mentors, coworkers, and colleagues. Their support and care has allowed me to grow and develop into the person that I am today. If a bill like 1314 existed when I was in school, I don't think I'd have the same happy story. Outing someone without their consent rips them from their own autonomy and identity. If a child is outed to a family that won't support them for who they are, it can lead to abuse, violence, homelessness, or even suicide. This bill is cruel and will cause irreparable harm to many youth today. As a trans and non-binary individual and advocate for folks similar to me, I beg that you rescind your support for AB 1314 and take the demands from the LGBTQIA+ community into consideration. Thank you.
Joseph will be followed by Joyce.
Hello, my name is Joseph Navalis, and I'm an attorney with Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Southern California. I'm here to show our support for LGBTQ+ students in Orange County and their right to privacy. This board's support for Assembly Bill 1314 does nothing more but harm the lives of students in Orange County. Forced outings of one's identity are wrong in every imaginable way. To come out and reveal to the world who you are is a sensitive and personal process that should be left to no other than the student and to decide how to do it and who to let know. AB 1314 does not consider the struggles and challenges the LGBTQ+ community face every single day. This is not only a matter of when someone decides to come out, but a matter of personal safety. What if a student knows that their lives will be at risk if their family finds out their gender identity? What if a student loses trust in their teacher or mentor, no longer considers the classroom a safe environment because the person they trust and look up to has to report them? What if a parent is not ready or doesn't have the appropriate resources to discuss with their child their gender identity? What if a student is struggling with their mental health and reporting their identity endangers their life? These are only some of the very real-life considerations AB 13 will produce. The school needs to remain a safe place for teachers, students, and staff to grow and build community and support one another through their diverse backgrounds and the exact things that make them unique. We stand in solidarity with Orange County's LGBTQ+ community and together with Viet Rock, call on the board to rescind their endorsement of AB 1314, to prioritize supporting policies that protect trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students and their families, and to finally meet with LGBTQ+ community allies by the end of this month. Thank you.
Joyce, followed by Hannah.
I'm Joyce McNabb, Costa Mesa, also known as Grandma Joyce. This Pride Month, I want to share my support for the LGBT+ community. The people among them that I know impress me as genuinely interested in others, and they don't seem to care where these others find themselves on the gender spectrum. They seem to know what really matters in life. As for me, I tend toward thinking that the people who are most outspokenly hostile toward their community are people who harbor doubts about their own sexuality. But who really knows what matters most? I hope it's kindness and inclusivity. Thank you.
Okay. Hannah, followed by Justin.
Hello, my name is Han, or Hannah. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a health educator at APAIT, which is a nonprofit organization here in Garden Grove. This is my first time coming to a space like this, so please give me grace. I come from a family who told me that if I came out, I would be kicked out from my home and that I would not be able to live with my family and to be cut in my family. And I think it's very important for you all as public leaders to make a decision that thinks about those who do not have the safety and space to speak like these wonderful people are speaking today. Coming out in order to live openly isn't something that you do once or twice. It's something that you do every single day in your life if you're someone who is not within the cis-het norm. Every coming out experience is unique and must be navigated in the way that is comfortable for each person. It's brave to live authentically, and it's fucking hard to do. Understanding one's identity and meaning of life is difficult. It's a process that takes our entire lifetimes to explore. AB 1314 removes the narrative of someone's life. Identity is a private, sacred entity that deserves respect. Disclosing identity can put people in danger. LGBTQ+ individuals are 9 times more likely than non-LGBTQ+ people to be victims of hate crimes, and I urge you all to think twice about exposing someone's identity. Rescind AB 1314, rescind anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ+ legislations. Prioritize the safety and protection of all children and their journeys of life. To the parents who see their children as possessions, I hope that you can look at your family and accept that differences are to be celebrated. To my queer community, remember that you are on a journey that is uniquely yours. You and only you get to decide how you live it. There are those who will care for you, see you, and support you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Justin's followed by Miena.
Hi everyone, my name is Justin Amigo, he, him, his. I'm a student and practicum psychologist over at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, and I'm also a restorative and racial justice trainer at the California Conference for Equality and Justice. I want to center my speech on some data and material on child and adolescent development. Children need time to explore, gain independence, and even rebel within reason. If the rebellion and liberation is stifled and controlled, more than likely the rebellion is likely to go out of control. I can't help but see the link of this child and adolescent finding to high-risk behaviors that are linked with queer communities. Queer adults are often victim blamed for their self-destructive behaviors, including substance abuse, alcoholism, and even suicidality. What if we were to just lean in with curiosity and ask, what psychological purpose is numbing to that degree serving for this population? What systems and policies are in place that put someone in a chronic state of severe despair and ultimately withdraw? When I was in the K-12 system, there was lots of dialogue around Prop 8, eliminating the rights of same-sex marriage. I'm sure we remember that. Cisgendered heteronormity prevailed, and schools didn't do a good enough job to prevent cisgendered heterosexual males saying words like faggot. When I was 21 in 2016, the nation's largest mass shooting at the time was Orlando, Florida's nightclub called Pulse. When I saw current events and policies that stifled who I was, it was hard to not feel despair, and it was hard to not hate myself. As a child, what I needed to see was inclusion, safety, and love from our community. Primary caretakers and parents aren't always equipped to provide that for their children. Oftentimes, primary caretakers are a child's first abusers. Rectify your actions by rescinding your endorsement of anti-trans and LGBTQ plus legislations like AB 1314. Thank you.
Miena, followed by Hector.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Mina Zulfikar Sharif, and I am an Orange County resident. My entire family resides in the County of Orange. I have over 10 years of experience working in the K through 12 system, including as a middle school teacher and director of an after-school program. I'm a professor of public health, and I'm a member of the advisory board for the National Academy of Medicine. But most importantly, I am here today as a proud ally of the LGBTQ plus community. And I stand here before you today because I am alarmed and concerned with the increasing hostility and hatred in our country. And AB 1314 is an example of that, of this hostility and hatred. We open this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance that ends with justice for all. And AB 1314 fundamentally contradicts that. As a school teacher, I witnessed myself personally, and there's also a considerable and growing amount of research documenting the critical role the school context plays for students' sense of self, belonging, community, the development of their social relationships, and these have implications across their life course, as well as implications for their employment trajectories across their adulthood. And all of this is in jeopardy. And as a community, we all lose if we don't create a safe and welcoming school environment for our youth. Every child deserves to be loved and supported for who they are. And the board can demonstrate that that you believe this as well by rescinding your endorsement of AB 1314, and you can set a national example for the rest of the country to instead redirect your efforts towards unity and community. Thank you. Thank you.
Hector will be followed by Bulmara.
Good evening. My name is Hector Bustos. I'm proud to serve as a member at the Santa Ana Unified Board of Education. I'm here today as a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community in support of ReRock and our community here today, speaking a little bit about my lived experience and why I'm here today and why I'm addressing you. As a young person, as a queer person in Orange County, I didn't feel like I had the support system at home or at school to be able to come out. It wasn't until I left Orange County that I was able to find community in college where I felt safe enough, where I felt like, I had that support system. If I would have stayed in Orange County, I probably wouldn't be here today. I probably wouldn't be alive today. And that's the severity of what our students are facing. And I'm here because I continue to see a rise in anti-LGBT rhetoric and policy across Orange County. And before being sworn in, I was a community organizer, and so it's critical for me to be here and talk about the importance of stepping up for our children. What we're doing at SAUSD is suicide prevention, because we're passing policies that support the transgender community, the gender nonconforming and gender non-binary community. And I ask that you do the same. What we're doing, like I said, is suicide prevention. If you want to save the lives of our children, start with the ones that are already breathing. Start with our transgender community. Start with the LGBTQ plus community, because they need your support. They need elected officials who are going to speak up for them. And I'm not here to speak up for the LGBTQ youth. I'm not here to be their voice. I'm here to take up space so that when they're ready to come out and be their authentic selves, we've already created that space here in Orange County. So I ask that you rescind your decision and your support of AB 1314 and meet with LGBTQ organizations here in Orange County that are asking for your support. Thank you.
Bulmaro, followed by James.
Hello, board. My name is Bulmaro Vicente, although folks call me Boomer. I'm a resident of Santana, and I'm also a proud member of the LGBTQ community. I currently serve as the vice chair of the Lavender Democrats of Orange County. We are one of the many voices of the LGBTQ community in OC. We condemn the board's decision to support AB 1314, which would have mandated the outing of trans and non-binary students to their parents without their consent. This bill disregards the emotional and physical safety of students who often rely on school as a safe haven. By supporting this bill, the board has shown a shocking disregard for the voices and concerns of our community and our allies. I personally know what it's like to grow up in Orange County, afraid of being open about my sexuality, in fear of being kicked out, in fear of being ridiculed, in fear of being hated upon. It wasn't until I actually went to school up at Berkeley that I was able to really understand myself and who I am. I hope that we can create a world where youth can live freely without fear of being their authentic selves. The recent action taken by the board members are deeply concerning and detrimental to the well-being and inclusivity of our community. Your job is to protect our students, not harm them. Our community doesn't just mobilize, but we vote. I want to remind the public that in 2024, the seats for District 1, 3, and 4 are up for re-election. That's Jorge Valdez, that's Ken Williams, and that's Tim Shawn. We see you, and we're taking notes. I urge the board to reconsider its stance and take immediate steps to rectify the harm caused by their actions. Together, we must work together towards fostering a supportive and inclusive educational environment that values and respects the rights and dignity of everyone. Thank you, and happy Pride.
James will be followed by Mads.
Hi, my name is James Hun, and I'm a community member of Viet Rainbow of Orange County. I'm part of their research committee. I'm also an educator who cares about the well-being of young people. I am deeply concerned and outraged that the board unanimously endorsed a resolution supporting AB 1314. The rhetoric of a parent's Bill of Rights hides the intensely transphobic motivation and intent behind AB 1314. Students and young people deserve to grow into independent humans. Yes, adults help guide them, but adults do not own young people. Young people are not property. Young people deserve to be in schools that celebrate their curiosity, the discovery of their identities, whether that's scholastic, gender, sexual orientation, or other aspects. As an LGBTQ health researcher, I know of so many ways that harm queer and trans kids' health. Lack of support in schools is a critical social determinant of health. Students who don't feel like they belong because of their gender identity and sexual orientation are much more likely to face poor physical and mental health outcomes, as already illustrated by so many of my beautiful siblings here today. This board has a responsibility to the health of the youth. Will you continue to actively harm our next generation? Or will you actually build an educational environment that ensures all students reach their full potential? Will you actually follow the comprehensive and robust LGBTQ protection laws that the state of California already has? Thank you.
Mads, followed by Stephen.
Hi, my name is Mads Lay. I'm the Viet Rainbow of Orange County's board chair. As a queer and non-binary person in this community, I'm also deeply concerned about the board's endorsement of AB 1314, a policy that sets precedents for violence and violates our young people's sense of safety and autonomy. The board's endorsement of AB 1314 tells the transgender, nonconforming, and non-binary children in our community that you're not interested in prioritizing their safety and well-being in an environment where they spend their most formative years and time in self-discovery through education. As a youth educator and advocate, I personally witnessed how young people can effectively learn, heal, and thrive when they're allowed to bring their own identities and experiences into everyday learning spaces. And AB 1314 would directly harm that mental, emotional, and physical well-being of how our young people show up every single day. And with that, I demand that you honor our young people's autonomy by intentionally prioritizing and calendaring initiatives that center LGBTQ+ support and policies by engaging dialogue with all the community members here that have already shared their stories, and to understand the needs that our young people have, and by extension, their families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen, followed by Dory.
Hello and good evening. I didn't plan on saying anything about the issue you just described or been discussing. I would like to say, after many years in business, I worked for gay people, with gay people, and had gay people work for me. And whether or not they were gay had no bearing on their ability to do their job. I promoted gay people, I demoted gay people, and I worked alongside them, and they do an outstanding job. I think what we need to do as a nation is focus a lot more on what we have in common rather than our differences. I think you in leadership positions need to work towards lowering the temperature in the room. We need to focus on big issues. And I think this one is detracting from us working on big issues. We need to work together as a nation to advance this nation. And this group is working on improving education. And I think when we talk about some of these and bring them up, we're not necessary. This AB bill never got out of committee and we had to bring it up in here. We're not helping unite the country. That's my view. What I really wanted to do was talk about charter schools. That's really why I came here tonight. I don't have time because I only can talk once. What I want to say is this. I think Trustee Williams talked about we like charter schools. I don't really know what that means. Does that mean you dislike public schools? I would think what you're trying to do is improve the education of our children. That's what you're trying to do. I think the charter schools provide a unique opportunity to try things out. Lots of money, Gates Foundation can go into those schools to try, test, and find the best practices that we can share across the county. Last thought, it says in God we trust. I'm not sure what that means, really. We put it on our money. Does that mean we need to trust that our money, God is helping us with our money? Sometimes I think about that with inflation. Here's what I suggest you put up there. Every child deserves a safe, free, and an exceptional education. That is what you should be focusing on, is having an exceptional education, certainly safe and free. I think that'll focus this group on what really counts and help us develop an exceptional education system in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dory's followed by Lori.
Wow, we have a great number of speakers presenting this evening, and I was almost afraid I wasn't going to get a chance to say anything. I remember what an English teacher of mine once said, the mind can only absorb what the seat can endure. So what I have to say is very important, but it won't be very long. Let me start by saying good evening, trustees, and thank you for allowing the opportunity to be here and to speak. My name is Dory Crepton, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here to welcome in a celebration of Pride Month. This is a very special occasion to acknowledge our LGBTQ+ students and their importance to our community. We need to treat all such students equal, no matter who they are and whom they love. For until we get equity in education, we won't have an equal society. Let our schools be open doors for human rights, respecting the dignity and the worth of every student. As a board member, you can support and protect the rights of our most vulnerable students. You can begin by helping to create safe and welcoming spaces for LGBTQ+ students, where anti-gay language is not tolerated and students are allowed to grow and learn in unharmed surroundings. You can also provide for more inclusive books in all the school's library shelves that include LGBTQ+ writers and relevant issues. And lastly, when you can't think of what else you can do, you can follow the golden rule. Treat others as we ourselves would like to be treated. Thank you.
Lori, followed by Linda.
My question is, where is Dr. Almaharez? We have been told that there have been scheduling conflicts for half a year. Is he in the hospital? Is he out of the country? Is he being held captive? There are many of us that are concerned about him. For the sake of transparency, please let us know, where is our superintendent? As an elected official, he has a responsibility to this board and to the people who come to speak to the board and to him. We are very concerned for his safety, for his health? We don't know what's going on. Please let us know, where is Dr. Almajarez? Thank you.
Linda, followed by Maria.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity of speaking to you or before you here today. My name is Linda Martinez, and I am a parent in the city of Anaheim. My children attend Anaheim Union High School District and the elementary school district as well. As you know, last time we were here because we addressed the concerns that we had about physical assault, bullying, just to name a few of the negligence happening at Sycamore Junior High. Since the day we came, us parents have been a target of attacks, of a campaign of attacks, and orchestrated by the administration of Sycamore. These attacks have been in retaliation for advocating for change and for a more safer campus for our students to learn. As parents, we're intimidated, harassed, and discriminated for raising our voices, seeking that our children would be able to attend a safer campus. We have been resilient and courageous to stand against the storm that was created by the administrator, Nancy Cortez, to destroy, silence, and manipulate with her power the volunteer participation that we had at that school. I know that it was that why we were no longer able to report the situations that we had witnessed. I myself suffered retaliation, and I wanted you to know that treating parents in this way is not acceptable. I ask to please continue to monitor what happens in the Anaheim schools and the procedures that are used to hinder, oppress, and intimidate the vocal parents like myself, and to protect parents from hostile environments created by district personnel because of the differences and because we don't agree with the same needs that we see in a campus. We need to find solutions and not continue to divide as parents for having conservative values, morals. We ask for safety. We need police officers' presence, especially at Sycamore and at Anaheim High School, which are the two schools that are in major need. And as we ask, the only thing that I want to say is this: we all need to be included in these conversations. I agree with what one of the ladies said. Let's educate people, but also I would like to say, in God I trust, and I also would like for you to include Bibles in our schools and not wait for those Bibles to reach when they're in jail.
Your
Thank
time
you
has
so
expired.
much.
Thank you. We'll finish this section with Maria.
Can I just make a quick point of clarification? The Sycamore she's referring to is not our charter school, it's a separate district school, because I know there's some
Yes.
confusion here.
Yes,
Thank you.
it's Sycamore Junior High in the Anaheim Union High School District. Thank you
All
so much.
And Maria. Oh, one more. Was this?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Segura, soy mamá de Sycamore.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Segura, and I am a mother of a student in Sycamore.
He estado hablando durante todo este año escolar 2022-2023 de la inseguridad que hay en Sycamore.
I have been talking all year long, the year 22-23 school year, about the insecurities at Sycamore.
He sido silenciada, he sido intimidada por lo que he estado diciendo y denunciando que está ocurriendo en Sycamore.
I have been silenced and intimidating for speaking out about what is happening at Sycamore.
Es triste para mí mirar cómo otros padres también han sido silenciados y que se han perdido momentos muy interesantes para sus hijos y para ellos.
It is very sad for me to see other parents being silenced as well and having to miss out on events with their children.
Y que esto puede estar causando traumas en nuestros hijos porque no nos ven ahí, porque nos ven que somos retirados del plantel sin evidencia alguna y sin motivo alguno.
And it's causing trauma to our kids because they're not able to see, or they're not able to have us be part of their events, and having them see us being removed from the events for speaking up.
Ruego a las autoridades locales, estatales y federales hacer un alto y una investigación profunda al distrito escolar de Anaheim.
Okay. I beg local, state, and federal authorities to stop and do deep and thorough investigation of what's happening in Anaheim.
¿Qué ocurre en Sycamore? Que está muy por debajo del nivel académico. Hay que ponernos a pensar qué está ocurriendo ahí.
And what's going on at Sycamore? It's their very low academic levels. We have to do an investigation of what's happening there.
Me preocupa mucho que mi hijo está dentro de esa escuela y que pueden tomar represalias contra él.
I am very worried because my son is at that school and there might be some aggression towards him.
Me han dicho que retire a mi hijo de esa escuela.
I've been told to remove my son from that school.
Contesté, sería muy cobarde si lo hago, porque dejo a los hijos de mi estado en peligro.
I spoke up and said I'd be a coward if I removed him from that school.
Quiero que alguien vaya y chequee que funcionen las cámaras de seguridad.
I want someone to go and see that the security cameras are working.
Y que hagan un estudio profundo de cómo se están llevando a cabo las enseñanzas en ese plantel y por qué no se avanza.
And I want there to be a deep study of how the academics are being performed there and why their levels are so low.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening.
We do have actually one more that came up, Corleone.
Hello. This is working. Hi, my name is Corleone Ham. I grew up in Long Beach, California, went to UC Irvine, and now I'm a resident in Garden Grove. I'm also a queer and non-binary young person. My pronouns are they and he. I'm also a community organizer and activist, actively working in Orange County and Los Angeles, representing organizations like the Brothers Themselves Coalition, Youth Justice Coalition, and I was a youth member of Khmer Girls in Action in Long Beach, working with refugee Southeast Asian youth. And also there's someone here from CCAJ. When I was 14 years old, I was also a part of the California Conference for Equality and Justice, which I wanted to share a little bit about because as a queer person, I didn't find my voice until I was a part of the California Conference for Equality and Justice. And I met so many other young people there who felt safe enough to be vulnerable about their experiences. And so it was the first time I felt safe enough in my life to come out. You know, I hadn't had a good relationship with my parents for 9 years because I came out. And only recently had I decided to feel safe enough to rekindle that relationship. But children shouldn't be forced to come out of the closet. We should have the autonomy to make the decisions on our own, and parents should be supportive of that, not forcing us, not making decisions on our behalf, because it's ultimately our right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your public comment. This brings us to the consent calendar. I'd like to pull out item 2 and go ahead and 1, 3, 4, and 5 we could approve together. If that's all right?
Sure. I'll make a motion for the consent calendar, saving item number 2. We brought out separately.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And on item number 2, I'd like to just give a brief description of what the special board meeting would entail on September 20th, 2023 for saving the date. Still putting it together, but it's going to be a Savvy Safety in Public Schools Forum. The Orange County Board of Education Forum intends to shed light on fentanyl, sexual assault, human trafficking, surveillance, social media, and cybersecurity issues putting our students at risk, a lot of the issues that have been brought up tonight. How can we as educational leaders in our community make a difference for our students, parents, teachers, and staff, as well as residents, businesses, and workers who are living with the impacts and fear of public safety in our schools every day? OCBE strives to sunshine and highlight crucial issues that our families deal with and often struggle with how to best approach in our schools. Public safety in our schools is of paramount importance, not only for our students and their families, but also for our teachers and staff on the front lines every day. As students' safety and security needs are met, then learning can truly happen. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? No child should fear going to school at any time. So the purpose of this Savvy Safety in Public Schools Forum is to shed light on the major risks, signs, and symptoms of fentanyl exposure, use, and potential abuse, signs and symptoms of school-age sexual assault, human trafficking, and potential trafficking rings in our community, and increased understanding of potential surveillance, social media, and cyber safety measures in an effort to better inform parents on what to look for and what to potentially adopt in their own homes and school settings. The forum is geared towards students, parents, community members, teachers, everyone in our community interested in learning more about the extreme danger associated with fentanyl, sexual assault, human trafficking, and surveillance, social media, cybersecurity issues, putting our students at risk. And then I leave a quote from myself. The fentanyl crisis has contributed to hundreds of drug overdose-related deaths, with the National Institute on Drug Abuse indicating an average of 128 people in the U.S. dying every day from opioid overdose. Victims of sexual assault and human trafficking suffer unspeakable trauma while frequently being systematically and cruelly denied their most fundamental emotional and material needs. These crises affecting many of our students are often under the radar and underreported, but happening every day in plain sight under our noses. Savvy surveillance, social media, and cybersecurity awareness can provide families additional tools to better understand these risks. We all have a shared interest in ensuring our school communities feel safe, and we are committed to collaborating with our law enforcement partners, school districts, and families to enhance public safety in our schools from every angle possible. And I intend to be the main organizer of the forum, as well as intend to facilitate the forum. We already have a lineup of speakers, and I've sent information to our trustees to also provide potential speakers at the forum. So spread the news to all your friends and family for September 20th, 2023, and it'll be held from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. that day. So if we would like to have a motion to approve that on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Who was the second?
Ken. Ken was the second. Okay, this brings us to charter schools. Item number 6, Nina, do we have any charter submissions?
There are none.
Okay. And now I'll call Araceli Chastain, Director of the Charter Schools, to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks and trustees. The board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the requested material revisions to the Vista Heritage Global Academy amended charter school petition and requested material revisions. On March 2nd, 2023, Vista Heritage Global Academy submitted material revisions requesting to remove grades 9 through 12 from the charter petition and amend enrollment preferences to include pupils who currently attend or reside in the elementary school attendance area where the school is physically located. The Orange County Board of Education held a public hearing on April 12th to consider the level of support for the material revisions. As legally required, the revised petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code, and you've been provided the Orange County Department of Education staff report that offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Clarification questions were submitted addressing areas that required additional or revised language to comport with current law regarding suspension and expulsion procedures, foster youth parental rights, and school hours. On April 27th, the petitioner submitted a revised charter petition that addressed staff questions and concerns. OCDE staff has determined that the revised charter petition submitted on April 27th, 2023 meets the standards defined in Education Code and recommends that the board approve the Vista Heritage Global Academy charter petition. Prior to public comments, representatives from Vista Heritage Global Academy shall have equal time or 10 minutes, whichever is greater, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the Orange County Department of Education staff report, recommendations and findings published on May 23rd, 2023. I now invite the representative from Vista Heritage Global Academy to the podium.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you so much for your time. My name is Karen Amaya. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Vista Charter Public Schools, and I'm here this evening just to request your support and approval, continued support, and approval of our material revision for Vista Vista Heritage Global Academy. The material revision included, as mentioned previously, we removed the high school grades as our high school charter petition for Vista Meridian Global Academy has already been approved. So it just removes the high school grades from Heritage. And as mentioned previously, we also did do updates to legal language to comply with just recent and updated laws. So just here to ask for your support. As always, you are invited at any time to stop by any of our schools, but we will also be asking you to look out for a special invitation to our ribbon cutting ceremony for our new campus for Vista Meridian as well. Again, thank you for your support always. I'm looking forward to continued collaboration and if anybody has any questions.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Not for this item.
This concludes the public hearing. As a reminder, the school is requesting to remove grades 9 through 12 from the charter petition and change enrollment preferences. The board has 3 options for action. Option 1, approve the material revisions and updated charter petition. Option 2, approve the material revisions and updated charter petition with conditions. Option 3, deny the material revisions. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli. All right, I'll turn to my left. Any questions from Trustee Barkey?
I have no questions. I have the utmost respect for your school. I was recently there. It's an amazing place. You do amazing things for children in San Ann and Orange County and beyond. And I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Okay. We have a second? All right.
You're
Any other-
saying option 1, I assume, right?
Yes, yes, option 1, of course.
And I think there was a second, but
Yes, Ken seconded.
he's speaking to the mic. We can't hear him. Thank you.
Any other questions before we move it to approval? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Congratulations. All right. I will call Araceli Chastain up to the podium again for item number 9. There you are.
The board will now hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 countywide charter petition, which was submitted on May 1st, 2023. Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 proposes to operate a classroom-based program serving TK through grades 12 and has notified Cypress School District, Ocean View School District, and Anaheim Union High School District of the intent to open school facilities within those district boundaries. Representatives from Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 have declined the request to extend the statutory deadline by 3 days in order to accommodate the board's regularly scheduled meeting in August. Consequently, the board will need to schedule a special meeting on or before the July 30th 90-day deadline for board action. July 30th is a Sunday, therefore the special board meeting will need to be scheduled by Friday, July 28th. Prior to public comments, representatives from the charter school are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call the representatives from Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 to the podium.
Thank you, Araceli. To confirm, we do have time for our public comments, yes, afterwards? Okay, hopefully. Because I know we have some members of the community here that would like to speak on behalf and maybe not in
Sarah,
support.
the part of the script after you all finish, then there will be the public comments within
Okay.
the public hearing.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Superintendent Boyd. And thank you, President Sparks and honorable board trustees and staff. And I'm sorry to see that Superintendent Mojadas is not here this evening. I do have a presentation as well. So could I, there we go. And little clicker. Oh, this one? Yep. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, all right. So as Ms. Chastain mentioned, we are here this evening. It hasn't been that long since we last saw you, a couple of months. And so I will try to avoid redundancies this evening. As that was a great quote. Our seat can only handle as, so I think that was perfect. We'll try to be concise. Here we go. So this map probably looks familiar to you. This is a map that I created of our families, our current families in Orange County and where they reside, more or less, which districts they reside in. Of note is that over half of our families reside in 17 school districts in Orange County, which is over half of the 26 districts in Orange County, as well as three districts outside of the county. And upwards of 40% of our families currently come from outside of the north section of Orange County, Long Beach, and beyond.
so that is something that I think is really important to think about when a school wants to become a county-wide benefit charter, because there needs to be a rationale for that. And I think by virtue of the fact that currently, right now, one of our parents actually mentioned, who's I believe is here this evening, that our school is what we could define as a commuter school. People drive quite far. They carpool, families carpool together, and really what would benefit them is, and I think children in general, families in general, is to become part of a neighborhood, to be a local school. So the way that our school could do that is by becoming a county-wide benefit charter school. Now, that's not something that happens overnight, of course. There's long-term planning that's involved. There's finding facilities. We currently have found a facility in the city of Cypress, and it's in a very good location for many of our families. And it would shorten the time for many of our families, elongate the time for others. But our hope is that over time, with planning and due diligence and lots of work, that we would then be able to find additional sites and be able to truly recognize that countywide benefit. So to start somewhere, we needed to notify the district that we'd like, the two districts that we'd like to be in, and that is Cypress, as Ms. Chastain mentioned, and Anaheim Union School District. Okay, so I'm sorry, there's a lot of survey data in this presentation. This is a wonderful happenstance for us. We put a little sign up for a tour here button on our website, and we asked a couple of questions, and those questions turned out to be incredibly informative for us. So for instance, when we submitted the petition in May, we had 110 responses in a few months. Now I think we're up to 149, and it's still very similar to this. We found through analysis that this represents about 45 zip codes. Now, when we collated or reconciled those zip codes with our current families, we found that it is 62 zip codes of either interested families or current families. That's a lot for a school that is around 160 students at this time. So I think that also is evidence of the rationale for becoming a countywide benefit charter school, and I want to share that piece of information. Also, you might remember this from our last presentation. This is a chart of our growth over time. It's a very, very slow growth model. As you can see, we opened during the awful year of the pandemic. So we started with 63 students in 2019. We doubled in the next year to 129, and as Dr. Williams graciously acknowledged last time, that we were able to bring in more students than we actually got funding for that year, unfortunately, because of the growth cap. We would have brought in more, but at the time, everyone had to be 6 feet apart. And as I've mentioned before, we have 7 classrooms, but we have 9 grades, so we're juggling a lot. However, it's not on here, but it does look like for the next school year, we'll meet that top bar of 180 students for the 23-24 school year. Also in the petition, I do go through the number of enrollment applications, wait lists, things like that. So this last open enrollment, we had lotteries for our TK, our K, our first and our third grade. We still have wait lists for all of those grades. We expect to enroll 40 new students as our 8th graders matriculate and so on. Anyway, I won't bore you with all of that minutia. Let's see. Oh, I'm out of order. That's okay. So here, now this is more data I think that serves the question about the rationale for a countywide benefit. Again, with this just little tiny volunteer survey that we put up on our website to come to a tour, families told us that, if you can see, it is the specifically looking for a school that implements Waldorf educational principals is around 60%. So people, either by a family friend or Googling or just exposure to Waldorf education, 60% of those wanted to come to a Waldorf school. And I just think that's really important. All right, I am definitely out of order, but that's okay. So next, another rationale is that as a local education agency, which is what charter schools are, they're akin to a district. As you know, districts are local education agencies as well. Districts get to have the ability to have one school board, and they have many schools. They don't have an authorizer, but they have, usually one legal, they share staffing, they are able to streamline processes, and all of those relationships and partnerships are strengthened through that entity, if you will. And so being a countywide benefit school also allows that school that's also like a mini district, technically superintendent, right? We are a local education agency, and I think that simply manifests already in that sense. And so I just wanted to point that out here for you as well. And this is in our charter too. It's our organization chart. We like to keep things really simple. One board, one executive director, a parent community council, a faculty community council, staff, a principal, the basics, back to basics. I think I mentioned before, that I think sometimes schools or districts or entities in general, universities even, are pretty bloated when it gets to the admin level. Many superintendents, assistant superintendents, and so forth. So we really like to focus the dollars on where the admin is needed and make sure it goes to the students, it goes to the teachers. As well, from our charter, we have all those specialty programs like Spanish, games, handwork, strings, and so we want to make sure those funds go to support those programs. All right, now this is some data from our annual survey that went out to our parents recently in the last couple of weeks, and we found that of those respondents, 83% believe that our Sycamore Creek Community Charter School staff has a tremendous or quite a bit of respect for the children. Now, I want to highlight these items here because another rationale for us is our curriculum. It is really unique. We've talked about looping with you before and how students ideally they stay with the same teacher from 1st grade to 8th grade. They stay with the same students too. It's the same cohort. They become a little family. And so we think that this is some evidence of how that is manifesting truly in our school and why we have the name community in our school name. We don't want it to be a gimmick. It's not a gimmick. We want to truly live that. So just a couple highlights here. 83% believe their children tremendously or quite a lot enjoy going to Sycamore Creek. When considering all of the classes that they take, they believe that they are tremendously or quite motivating for their child. They also believe that their child's cultural background, their diversity of their child and their family is a tremendous or quite a good fit at our school. So I know that word's overused all the time, but we really do want all families, all children to feel welcome, to feel part of, integrated into our community and truly be a family. All right, and these are just a few quotes from surveys over the year. This last year, some things people have said about our school. Why they want us to have a high school and beyond. I want my children to continue to learn in a way that resonates with their whole being. The philosophy and approach to learning and teaching is learner-centered rather than content-focused. So the experience is centered on the learners, which is essential to supporting the whole child throughout development. They love the continuity of the Waldorf experience and the relationships. Also that we have socioeconomic diversity, we're down to earth, and we're free, major big point, for those families that are currently attending the private Waldorf schools, and the culture in the community. All right, now you've seen this slide too, and it's in our petition, but this is some work that our lead teacher, Dr. Kimberly Telfer-Radzat, did. She finished her dissertation on Waldorf education. She's not here this evening. She's up by Vancouver at Orcas Island with our 8th graders, my daughter as well, going to kayaking and hiking. And so in her spare time, she gets her dissertation and teaches all of our wonderful kids. But basically what she found is that this developmental approach actually has high academic outcomes. So she looked at charter schools and traditional public schools and Waldorf charter schools in California over the years 2014 through 2019, before the pandemic. And she wanted to see those assessments and how they played out over time. So if, I know the colors are similar, but the more turquoise color for the language arts on the left shows on average where Waldorf charter schools begin in 3rd grade to meet or exceed the CASP assessments. Right? And then where that trend goes over time. So as you can see, it stays pretty stagnant for the control group, which is the other school, all the other schools, and it does go up in general over time. So we believe that, as you know, you've heard our narrative, you've heard our story, but we truly believe in this curriculum. We believe that it serves students and that it is very rigorous, and that our school will also be 16 points beyond where students begin in 3rd grade by 8th grade for meeting or exceeding expectations. That's 65.56 up there for language arts, and then for math, 52.44, which is, I believe it's 12 points above where students begin. I'm sorry, no, yes, in 3rd grade. Okay. I think I already touched on this a little bit, but just again, so interesting to see that families that come to our website are interested in our school. The majority of them, the large majority, have at least some knowledge of Waldorf education. In fact, 20% are very knowledgeable and have had their child attend a Waldorf school previously. Oh boy. All right. Okay, one more. Where are students now? Very interesting indeed. 34.3% are at private schools. They are looking for a tuition-free Waldorf school. And so they're looking for us. And then another 30% are traditional schools, and then another 30% are not yet school age. Final slide. Please have faith, take a leap with us, and consider our rationale, our strong rationale, and we are here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sparks, we do have a number of speakers. Is it time?
I
or are
think
we gonna do-
Araceli needs to close out the.
That's okay. The hearing's now open for 15 minutes of public comments, and you have some comments. Go ahead.
All right. So again, I'll call a name and who's on deck. So we'll start, and I think we're going to try to ask you to keep it to 2 minutes. So,
Tim, how many do you have?
Oh.
Because they have 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm
during
sorry.
this, so
7. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. That worked out. Yeah, well, 2 minutes. Britt, followed by Izad.
I'm so happy to be up here to speak to you again. Thank you for having me. I know this sounds dramatic, but Sycamore Creek saved my oldest child in 2021. She was on a downward spiral, but today she's thriving and on her 8th grade trip to Orcas Island with Miss Kimberly and their graduating class. Sycamore Creek has also been a blessing for my 4th grade daughter who receives special services. I can't express how grateful I am to this school. My child also sent a message for you from Orcas Island. It's short, but she should be heard. Moving to Sycamore Creek was probably the best thing that could have happened to me. Of course, no one likes moving schools, especially in the middle of the year and in the middle of COVID. No one liked me at my school. But here I feel accepted, I feel cared about, and they somehow find a way to make things easy and fun to learn, and my children do love it. My background, I'm a public high school teacher in Long Beach Unified for almost 25 years. I have a master's degree in educational administration. For 10 years, I taught at one of the top schools in the state, the top high schools in the state, and for the last 11, I'm at an alternative continuation school for the last 11 years. And I know all the districts I think they have continuation type schools. After a decade at each of these schools, at way different ends of the spectrum, I have a strong opinion about something. I believe that my alternative as students that I have now, if they had the opportunity to go to a free public Waldorf school in their formative years, I don't think they would have ended up at our continuation school. In my heart, I believe if they were they would have thrived, and they would have gone back to their to their local districts, and they would have gone back to the local districts, and I know we're in there. Okay, so
Thank
that
you.
was pretty much everything.
2 minutes goes by fast.
I know.
All right.
Thank you.
Izad, followed by Aaron.
Fancy.
Ursula, can you lower the microphone? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am Izad, and I'm from Sycamore Creek. I am here to present everything I know about it. I'm going to start with my blossom, all right? Blessings on the blossom, blessings on the fruit, blessings on the birds and the bees, blessings on you and I, blessings on the food, blessings on the friends, blessings on all of us for how lucky we are. So I want to, I really wish that Miss Sarah will move our school to another place because my school is a little small, and I'm sharing it with Oakview, and it's a little smelly because it's right by the dumps, and I want a bigger school with a bigger playground with a bigger garden so we could plant our food, and I'm super blessed to have Miss Kat as a teacher. Thank you. Please make it possible. Thank you. Any questions?
Hey, you did terrific. All right. Aaron, followed by Leanne.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Witt. Thank you for giving us the time to speak tonight. I'm a father of 2 daughters who attend Sycamore Creek. I've got a 4th grader and a 1st grader. I'm a teacher at Downey High School. I've been teaching for over 20 years. I didn't know anything about Waldorf growing up. I grew up very conservative and normal, had no idea this kind of education existed. My wife is the more, out there person who gets into all this stuff, and I've been very grateful for this experience of having my kids go to this school. They come home every day and they're excited. They come home and they teach us stuff, which is fascinating. They go to their friends' houses and they teach their friends all the crafts and activities that they're doing. Like, their friends come to our house and they're like, we want to go to that school. At the moment, that's a really tough pull because there's so little room on that campus. They don't have consistent access to playground. They've got kids who are class outside. They've got office staff who are working in classrooms with kids. The break room is in the classroom. It's so hard for them to actually do the stuff that they're doing, but they make it happen. It could be so much better, though. We'd really appreciate the help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne, followed by Amy.
Hello, I'm Leanne Bruyette. I'm a professor at UCI, and I'm very impressed by what Sycamore Creek has done with the resources that it has. And I think it's actually very important that we were preceded by many people talking about feeling that they're not part of something, feeling that they're kind of alienated. And one of the things that this school has is a real feeling of community. What's special about Sycamore Creek is it is basically a European kind of curriculum. It's very broad. Since No Child Left Behind, the curriculum in the United States has tended to be rather narrow. And there's many things kids are very curious about. For example, Sycamore Creek, starting in first grade, teaches Spanish to all students. And that is not only very good for ESL students, but it also, all the other children in the school get a sense of that second language and better understand other people in Orange County. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I think that we just had a very good explanation of one of the reasons that children and parents think that this school would really thrive if it just had more space. I just think it would be a blessing for Orange County. I don't want to take a lot of more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, followed by Caroline.
Good evening, President Sparks, members of the board, staff and guests. My name is Amy Green-Bosanoff. I've spoken before you on several occasions on behalf of Sycamore Creek in many capacities. As outlined so thoroughly on our last visit, our current space, and spoken to you briefly before, impacts our school's ability to thrive. I so hope that you'll vote to approve our request for a countywide benefit charter. If so, we'd be able to shift and grow as needed within Orange County. Our efforts will create a sustainable environment for our vision of public Waldorf education access in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you. So Caroline, followed by Anna.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline Colesworthy. I was born in Newport Beach. I went to Anderson School, Harbor Day School, Corona Del Mar School, Orange Coast College, Berkeley, and Brown. I'm raising two daughters. They're at Sycamore Creek, 8th grade and 1st grade. They have also attended Journey School and Annalise School. Whew! I really care about education. My kid is the one that goes from Capo Valley to the school. To a dump. It's very stinky. Why would I put myself out with all of this education? You know, I'm a real estate broker in the area. I am not kidding about how much I like this school. Waldorf is a pedagogy of peace. I'm very pro-peace. It's a whole child approach. I trust the emotional learning and I trust the academic outcomes. You know, I'm big about feelings and the earth, but I went to the Ivy League. I do have expectations about what's going to happen, and I trust the whole program. The research tells me so. And I love that the specialty classes nurture the plasticity that I know will be needed in an uncertain future. I can't even conceive of what my children will be doing for a living when they're out there in the world making their way. I know that I don't know, but I know that I need to empower them to be able to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Anna, followed by Christy.
This is my first time doing it. I'm nervous, but okay. My name is Anna. I'm a parent of 2 students from Sycamore Creek, Alfredo, who is an 8th grader. Salvador is a 5th grader. And I have 2 other daughters. Okay, my 8th grader sent a message, Alfredo. He's in Oregon right now. So he said, it's hard to like squeeze into the fields when they want to play soccer and kickball and trying to be like they're really stressed about the ball going to the other side of the field because they bother the other school and they want to, you know, be nice to each other. So they're always like worried about that, and the teachers keep reminding them of their spaces. And he also says that Sycamore Creek is the only school that he's really happy to go to, the same as Salvador. Every morning they rush me to get there at 8 o'clock, even though school starts at 8:25, they want to play. So they get there at 8 o'clock, even a little earlier, if possible. Okay, in my personal opinion, I think school is not just about academics and test scores, the same as a job, which is not only about money. School is a second home. Students spend half of their day there. We are talking about important things, kids who need to be embraced, loved, and feel they are part of a community. At Sycamore Creek, the kids socialize, play, talk, and they learn in a way that makes sense to them. If you go there, it's like, it's very amusing, very nice to see them playing all together from 4th grade to 8th grade. My son is the one who organizes the teams, and they're all included, and it's a really nice thing to do. I drive 30 minutes every day. When I brought my kids to Sycamore Creek, my family was a little scared. I had them in a Catholic school, and I decided to bring them to Sycamore Creek. I have a daughter at NYU, and I have one in a school called Sage Hill. They couldn't believe I brought them to Sycamore Creek. I even hold my son, I hold him 1 more year so he could be in there. So I really believe Sycamore Creek is a good school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Christy.
Hello, I'm Christy Feldman. I'm an attorney with Young Minnie and Core. We represent the Sycamore Creek team. We have for years in their original petition, and now with their countywide petition. We want to thank you for all of your work alongside them and with them, and particularly most recently approving their material revision to add high school grades. We are proud to stand with this team. We have reviewed their petition and find it to be complete, a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required elements, and that we have presented a countywide benefit rationale that is powerful, and approval of this charter would enable more students to experience these people's passion and the wonderful things that they're doing, and provide equal access to kids throughout the county to that, as opposed to some of the admission preferences they have to do now. They are demonstrably likely to succeed in implementation of this educational program. They present a sound educational program. We presented all the legal requirements here, the signatures on the petitions that are required, of course, the required affirmations. I want to confirm what is in your cover letter, that with the approval of a countywide, the original Sycamore Creek would close at the end of next year. They would only be operating one school, of course. And we are excited to continue to partner with them. And we, as I said, have partnered with them for years and have helped with this charter, and most importantly, will remain available to them and helpful if anything comes up, and available for their questions, your questions.
Thank you.
So it's good to have good lawyers. I think actually we did get 2 more comments real quick, Araceli. We'll go with Dawn and Lauren, then followed by Lauren. Sorry. Dawn?
I think he's out in the
They
lobby.
just-
He's in the lobby, he's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you Lauren?
These aren't directly related to Sycamore, but
Oh.
they requested.
Yeah, they want to speak under the charter schools heading as opposed to waiting to the very end of the meeting if they're able to do that because one of the speakers has their family here with them.
Yes, and I approve that. So,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. So,
If we can find them. Oh, they're there. Okay. Oh.
They didn't get that far.
Okay.
While she's getting her, oh, here's Lauren.
Okay.
Board, thank you. It's been a whirlwind day for me. I've come from 2 different graduations and then over here, so it's always a pleasure to be here. I want to give you an update for Unity. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the hero's journey. It starts off with the young hero, myself, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for a challenge. And then you start off on your journey, and then you start encountering a few monsters along the way. Then you realize that you're going to fail, and then somehow you push through and you have success. Thank you to Unity's journey. We started off hoping to save Unity, to make sure that it was going to be viable and ongoing to serve those students. They serve a special population. And I really thought we had it. And then about a month ago, I was like, it's not going to happen. We've worked so hard, it's not going to happen. And I want to say thank you to Roy Kim, even though he's not here tonight, because he pulled out one more idea. And I said, man, that is a double Hail Mary. And they were caught. So as we stand now, Unity, they are compliant with everything they need to be compliant with. Their special ed is in compliance now, which it wasn't. Their ELL is in compliance, which it wasn't. They have, so all of those technical things are in compliance. The budget, as it stands right now, they will actually have a surplus at the end of the year. They will be in the black, which is not something we suspected. And we have a plan going forward that makes them viable, not just for this year and next year, but for the foreseeable future. Hey, look at that, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you.
But I do want to say we have one more big surprise. I want to introduce the next speaker. We are so happy, and this is really one of the reasons why Unity is viable. Lauren Gonzalez, she accepted the position. Unity now has a full-time leader. They haven't had a real full-time leader for a long time. And I just want to introduce Laura. We're grateful for Lauren, and she's come in already and taken the bull by the horns. And I can't wait to pass the baton over to Lauren.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight. My name is Lauren Gonzalez. I am 20 years in education, the majority of that in the charter community. I am very excited and honored to be here representing Unity, and really excited about the work ahead. Just a few days into getting to know the community and the students and working on building the enrollment, and lots of interesting and unique challenges ahead, but really, really excited about the opportunities. I have always had a soft spot in my heart for the type of student that Unity attracts, and I'm really looking forward to being able to work exclusively with that type of student. So I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate being here tonight, and go Unity.
Thank you. Go enjoy your ice cream. Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing. Once the board schedules the special board meeting to take action on the Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 petition, the Orange County Board of Education staff report will be published 15 days prior to that date. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any board questions? I'll turn to my left.
I don't. I'll give you guys the opportunity this time, though, and I won't just go for the motion. I'd love to go for it, but I'll probably get yelled at. But I'm thrilled with you guys. I know you play a huge role in the community. I know Cypress is excited to have you there. So I'm really excited to hear everything. And you have amazing public speakers. I appreciate that.
Dr. Williams, any questions?
Absolutely. Sarah, again, thank you for your leadership. You are absolutely incredible. Again, just to remind everybody, charter schools are public schools. We like charter schools because they offer opportunities and options for parents, and it is all about the parents giving their right to direct the upbringing of their children. Thank you again, Dr. Leroux, for being here. Leanne, appreciate you, and you're a busy person. Thank you for, I want to give a, where is Izad? Is he still here? Izad.
Izad, there he is.
You are, Izad. Hi. Hi. Let me shake your hand. You are incredible. You are articulate, you're smart, you're good looking. Keep it up.
Tick off all the
What is your most favorite part of school, though? Is it recess? It's a tough question. Handwork.
Excellent.
Very good. What is handwork? Educate me.
Can we?
It's different projects.
Different projects, okay.
Different yarn projects. Yeah.
So you use your hands a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is awesome, but
That's
you...
why it's called handwork.
I was going to mention that to him.
Very good, very good.
Thank you, Izad. You're absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Izad. Trustee Valdez, any questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Sarah, would you come back to the podium? I want to ask you something. Oh, and first off, I wanted to mention the We Like Charter Schools. To me, it's not a zero-sum game where we like charter schools to the detriment of public schools. That is not my, I'll just speak for myself. That's not my position at all. I like charter schools because I like giving parents an option. And this is certainly an option. So, Sarah, I want to talk to you about the next facility that you're planning to move to, because I thought this was, humorous, maybe not so humorous, but tonight, your speakers described your campus as a dump. Classrooms were outside and that it was stinky and smelly. So, as a trustee approving a charter school, I just would like to know what does the next campus look like? What's your?
Shoot, I didn't. Thank you for that question. I didn't bring the design, but it's a lovely place. It's about 3 acres. It's partnering with a church that already had a CUP to be a school. And it's on Cerritos Avenue. It's very easy to remember, 4321 Cerritos Avenue. It has a large playground, handball courts, we'll have a basketball court, volleyball, and lovely classrooms, large classrooms. Our staff and board has visited it already. Mainly the issues, being where we are in Southern California, I think most know with planning projects and city projects, the main issues these days have to do with traffic. So that's our challenge. But it's lovely, it's pretty. It's not smelly.
You feel that this is going to be adequate to service 160 students? There's going to be enough room?
Oh, yes, more than that. Okay. Yes, quite a bit more than that. At full capacity, around 700, we go up to high school. So, yes. What else did I want to answer in that regard? Yeah, it does not smell. It smells lovely. It's quiet. It's across the street from a new sports park there for the city called Lexington Park. They have a soccer field. They allow schools to partner with them for that. It's also close to El Dorado Nature Center, which helps with our long walk, as we call it. We like the children to go on a long walk and usually to a large park. Right now, we're near Huntington Beach Central Park, so the students walk there, get a lot of fresh air, and so they'll also be able to do this at this new campus. Other than that, it's just, it's really lovely. I wish I should put a picture in here for you.
Well, the other question I had
Mhm.
was when, and perhaps Araceli needs to answer this, but I guess the timing of this is such that we have to have a special meeting to approve this. Is that what I understood?
I hope no.
So typically, when these are submitted around the first of the month, they go over the 90 days by a couple of days. So we're usually asking our charter schools for a 2-day extension, 3-day extension. I think the most we've ever asked is probably 5-day extension in order for the board not to have a special meeting. Sycamore Creek did not, but both the board and the school have to agree to these extensions. Sycamore Creek did not agree to the extension, which means that the process needs to be completed within the 90-day deadline. So that 90-day deadline would expire on July 28th. So the board needs to schedule a special meeting that day or prior to that.
Sarah, is there a reason why we can't do this at the first meeting in August?
Well, as you know, we first came to you back in December, January with our petition, and we have been working, it's almost been a year now since we first identified this site. The developers, Red Hook, that we're working on have tremendous capital outlay already with regards to the project. So our hope, our ask is definitely not to ask the board to have a special meeting. I would not want to do that ever. That's not our request. Our request was, because the charter petition in front of you is not that dissimilar from the one that you recently reviewed. I did calculate that I think we spent at least 100 hours updating it, so it was current, right? However, we think that the staff has has an opportunity to have a good look. We submitted it on May 1st. We're here in June now. We'd love it if the board could look at it and decide by July 5th. That would just allow all those processes to continue full throttle so that we can meet these timelines that we need to meet with the city. Yes.
Well, my next question is for Araceli, is can this be done by the next meeting, on which I guess is July 5th?
I think it's the 7th.
Okay,
No,
7th.
it's the 5th. No, it's the 5th. You're right.
It's the 5th. So we have our clarification meeting with the school on next Tuesday, so on the 13th. We also, there's actually quite a few questions, and so the people that reviewed the last petition aren't necessarily the folks that review this next petition, so there's been some change there as well. And we do have to review every petition, and this is a brand new petition, so we do have to look at it as if it's a brand new petition. So we go through all of the same processes that we would since it is a new petition. So that clarification meeting is happening next week. We will probably need to send them some questions in writing that they either don't answer at that meeting or that we're not able to get to that meeting. And so if we give them time to do that, time for the team to review those responses, and then we have to draft and have a staff report approved, and that all has to happen 15 days prior to the meeting where you take action, there's simply no way for us to meet that deadline. Just in our own internal work, we always kind of back work our stuff, with everything else that's going on. There's also a holiday in there. We have a conference for staff, and we have some vacation time, obviously, in June that needs to be used before July. So we would appreciate, as close to the July 28th date as you can get. We could probably cut a week or so out of this, timeline, but that's, adjusting everybody to, everyone that's on the review team, adjusting their timelines to be able to comply with that.
So I guess President Sparks, at the next meeting in July, we have to have an agenda item on what day we're going to have a special meeting.
Yeah, or we could before that.
Yeah, we could set it today. We can set it anytime.
The last week of July would probably work. Like, okay, let me look at my
Be sure you're in the mic, Sarah.
You need to move to the mic.
I did have some correspondence with RSLE with the question of could the board have the decision hearing in July, the July meeting, July 5th. When I looked at the calendar and see that our clarification meeting is next Tuesday, there is still a full week of time before the 15 days would be needed to be met to apprise us of the decision. So again, because it is a new petition, but you know, it's the same similar program, similar high school program, few new different board members, and so on. I was hopeful that if the staff was prodded a bit, that they would be willing to just work a little extra, a little overtime. I know it is a lot to ask, and I'm really grateful if staff would consider it. In no way do I want to ask the board, though, to have a special meeting. If it's absolutely necessary, then we will wait until the August meeting.
I'm going to throw this to the board president. This is clearly in her prerogative and not mine.
Well, I mean, you know, we could do a tentative, special meeting on Wednesday, July 26th.
Again, no,
Or we could wait till the next week, which would be
yes,
August 2nd.
of course.
Sarah, listen, I
Yes.
know you want to be gracious to us, but we can have a special meeting.
Yeah.
You guys are that important to us. It's really not that big a deal for us to come.
No,
and
it is.
I second that.
No, no,
Don't worry
no.
about it.
No, no.
Yeah.
No. Oh, it's,
You can buy me
you are
Dr.
very
Pepper
special
after
to
the
us.
meeting.
Sorry, what? I could get
I
you.
said you could buy me a Dr. Pepper after the meeting.
Okay, okay. I'll remember
So
that.
do we have a motion
But-
to have a tentative special meeting
I'll make a motion for a tentative special meeting
on Wednesday,
July
July 26th?
26th at
5 p.m.?
4, whatever time? 4 p.m.? 5 p.m.?
We'll put this on your agenda for June 21st for you all to confirm when you'll have the next meeting. So you all can, I mean, we have the date down.
All
We'll
right.
poll you all like we normally do,
Mhm.
but we need to agendize it so that you guys could take action on it. It's not on the agenda to do it, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, no problem.
Okay, again, if you sleep on it, our feelings will not be hurt. If you decide to keep with your August meetings, it's summertime, you deserve a break too, okay? Sincerely.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just have one question, and that is, does this new facility have capability to do the hands project?
Yes, handwork, knitting, knitting maybe. I think he's almost finished with his flute bag.
Okay, that was
Yes,
my only
so
question.
that's, yes, absolutely. A special room, in fact. It's a
Excellent.
very own classroom for
Excellent.
that. Thank you.
And Trustee Shaw, did you have
Any
any
other-
questions or comments?
Mr.
No, I mean, my thought, as of course, I visited the campus there, and it is, you know, probably a little more constrained than you want, but to me, it's really, you know, it's the people more than the buildings, and the people are so lovely, and no one's better than Dr. Sarah Bach, so you guys have a great school, and proud to help you out any way we can.
Thank you, Trustee
I'll
Shaw.
second that.
Oh, thank you.
I'll third
Can we
it.
have a motion? No, I know we can't have any motions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's it for today. We're gonna
Okay,
do the polling
Very good.
of that special
Okay.
meeting date, and we'll let you know.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will move on then to item number 10, board policy on decorum at board meetings. Trustee Valdez.
Thank you, President Sparks. So, members of the board and the public, I created during the last month a board policy on decorum at meetings. The etiology of this came from a public comment in our May meeting referencing our April meeting. And the public comment in our May meeting basically made mention that at the April meeting, there was heckling of some members of our LGBTQ community who come down here to voice their opinions. And while perhaps I did not agree with the general overall opinion regarding AB 1314 that night of those members of our community, that community is very important to me. That is part of my constituency. I listen to our public comments. They are important. People should not be heckled in the room. And there was some of that going on that night. So based on the public comment in May, I did speak with our Ms. Nina Boyd about what our board policy is with respect to decorum in our meetings. And basically, we did not have one. So I created one, which is presented for, it's an action item tonight, or is it just for discussion?
This is just for discussion tonight, first presentation.
Okay, so
In case there's edits.
I created this board policy for us to give us, some framework of how we control the meetings here. We are, this is the Orange County Board of Education. We do not do heckling in the room. We are above that. People come down here, with different opinions, some of which, perhaps I share, some of which I don't, but everyone is welcome here. And I think that's important to me, and I feel like it's important to us. So the board policy, would essentially give the board president or acting board president the ability to warn someone in the room that they are causing a disruptive behavior. We would engage a private security person at each and every board meeting here on after, in addition to our sheriff's deputy, to specifically enforce this board policy. So I am urging the board to review, and I guess we're going to take action on it next month. I am urging a yes vote from all of my colleagues. I do want to offer some friendly amendments to this version, specifically under Rules of Decorum, paragraph 1. It says meetings shall be conducted. It should say meetings with an S. Under the next section, response to disruptive behavior, where it says the board president, it should say the board president or acting board president may respond as follows. In paragraph 4, under that, it should say the board president or acting board president shall exercise his/her discretion, etc. And under the section of enforcement personnel, after it says sheriff's department deputy sheriffs present at each regular, special, and/or emergency meeting.
I have a point of order here. So I disagree with Nina on whether this is an action item tonight or whether you want to allow us to review it and make our comments and bring it back. There is nothing in our policy that creates a policy where you have to present something first and have it screened and come back. We haven't done that in the past. So I'm of the opinion, George, should you want it to be an action item with those corrections, I don't see why we cannot take action on this. There's nothing that prohibits us in our board policy, as well as the board policy that we adopted, the parliamentary procedure, the ABCs of. Anyway, I'll leave that up to you.
I appreciate that. I'm going to leave that to the board president and what she wants to do.
Yeah.
Well, it's not to the board president. It's up to the board. The board president just guides these meetings. It's the board that makes these decisions. So,
I mean, if it's the will of the board to move forward, I do have a question, though, about the policy. I think it's generally really good and important that we have some kind of rules that we're following for when things get, when the decorum is not standing up the way it should. And that is, rather than, I mean, I think that, what is the will of the board? For there to be one warning, and then the board president asks the person to be escorted out after a warning? Or is it 2 strikes and the third, you know, or is
Well,
it just, because just, if it's just the will of the board president who's running the meeting, and there might be another board member that sees something that if the board president's running the meeting may not see. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I perhaps I always think that, I could, prompt you or make some type of a message, but yeah, I think it's the board president who should make
The final call?
make the warning, provide the warning. I only wrote it as one warning.
Okay.
And then your option would be to gavel out the meeting. That's option 2. And then 3 would be to direct the security personnel officer that would be here to simply remove that person or those persons from the room. I'm happy to discuss any other options. I just thought that was the
I like
easiest
it.
option.
No, I like it. I just wanted to throw out the opportunity for discussion to see what the will of the board was regarding that, and then regarding, do we want to approve it with the minor edits that Trustee Valdez put forth?
Yeah.
And implement.
Works for me.
Yeah, works for me. All right, do we have then a motion?
No, I want to
Not
make
yet.
sure I understand. As part of this, we are also employing a security person in addition to the deputy sheriff. Is that correct? Or
The reason for that is that I determined, based on my conversations with Nina, that our esteemed sheriff's deputy in the room is not here to enforce a board policy like that. And this is an open discussion. If I got that conversation wrong, please correct me. But he is not here to enforce a board policy like that. He is here to protect in the worst case scenario. So if we want someone escorted out of the room because they are being disruptive, we would have to have a separate person to do that. That was my discussion with Nina. That's what she told me.
And that's our understanding from the conversation we've had with the Sheriff's Department with regards to their guidelines and what they're able to do or willing to do. And the posting, we need to have posting with regards to what is going to happen as well as a policy. And so that's what I communicated to Trustee Valdez. And also in response to Dr. Williams, I wasn't saying that you can't or you can. The way it's posted on the agenda dictates whether you can take action or not the board policy. And I worked with Mr. Rowland in terms of how it was placed on the agenda. So it was our understanding that because the other board members had not had a chance to discuss it, because it's the first time you all were having conversation about it, that it would probably come without an action. So we did not post it as an action item on the agenda. But whatever the will of the board is, and you have your attorney here to guide you. So.
Just a couple of comments is I think the additional security is good because I think if our esteemed deputy is escorting somebody out, we're compromised. So I think it's wonderful that he stays in the room and protects us and that we have somebody else to carry out the board policy. I like that. And as far as it being an action or not an action, I always feel like if it's on here as an action, we can always lay it on the table if we want to discuss more. So I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm happy to take action tonight because I think we all agree, but I think if we didn't agree, even if we're an action item, we could just lay it on the table until next time. So-
Well,
But
perhaps we should
legalese, I don't-
refer this to
right,
Greg.
but
Can we
legalese,
turn
we'll-
this
we'll-
into an action item
We'll
tonight?
need our esteemed attorney for that.
The board items under board recommendations, we didn't identify action or non-action. So I do tend to agree with Dr. Williams to the extent that if the board wants to take action, we deem it an action item and we have a motion, a second, and a vote. Where Deputy Superintendent Boyd is correct is that we have been putting policies on for review and then action at the next meeting. So if the board wants to waive that requirement, that's fine, but she's accurate to the extent that I thought that this was going to be something that the board could have this free-flowing discussion concerning. Members of the public may want to weigh in. The policy is compliant with the Brown Act, gives the board president or the acting board president, Trustee Valdez added that language, gives them the discretion to read the room and determine whether such action is warranted. So, you know, one of my favorite phrases is becoming the will of the board. But if we have to start specifying whether board recommendations are going to be board actions or not, maybe we have that discussion at the executive committee level with staff. But that being said, I was understanding that the next item on the agenda would be an action item. So I will leave it up to you elected officials to make that decision, but I think you have that latitude.
Yeah, and I think the whole point is whatever the will of the board is the will of the board. So if we decide we want to take action, which it sounds like, sometimes we want to talk about it more. We want it to sit and simmer for another several weeks. But it sounds like we're all in alignment from this discussion.
I don't know that there's any great urgency, Dr. Sparks. I really do appreciate Trustee Valdez bringing this forward, and I was pretty disappointed several months ago when we had such a unruly meeting, and so I'm very pleased that you did this work, so thank you, George. But you know, if it wasn't agendized necessarily as an action item, I don't know that we have urgency to act on it this evening. Maybe it would be cleaner to just agendize it differently, and at the next meeting we adopt it. I don't know if there's harm in that, and to make sure we're fully compliant. So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, so my 28 years here, if it was going to be on discussion, it would be under item to be discussed. It would be noted. So with all due respect to our council, I think it is an action item, and it is actionable. It's properly documented as such. If it were to be a discussion item, it would say so, but it's not labeled as that.
Okay.
So
So do we have a motion then?
I would recommend Mr. Valdez to make that motion.
I move then to take item 10 and take a vote on it tonight as an action item.
I will second your motion.
I'll make a secondary amendment. The items and the words that you want to change, can you specify them?
I think I did.
We wrote them down.
You did? Okay. Okay.
We'll send it to you for review.
So just to review your motion is to adopt with the amended language changes?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to clarify.
And that's exactly what I was seconding.
Okay.
And so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That brings us to item 11, again, another will of the board discussion. Typically, we have in our, in the way that we elect officers is usually in July on the first meeting, and then Tim and I were discussing this as the executive committee, and the gavel is taken that day. But there's no reason we have to do it that way all the time. So we were talking about the possibility of having, if it's the will of the board, of having the election at our next meeting, June 21st, because we'll all be here in person. And that's an opportunity that we prefer. And so we wanted to move that forward. And then whoever's elected would then still start on July 1st, the first month elect. But the election would be held at our next meeting, June 21st. It's the will of the board. So we can do what we want.
Okay.
And this is because you'll be out of town?
I'll be out of
So-
town for the July meeting, so I would
It'd be
like
good to have everybody here, I
to be
thought.
here, yeah.
I'll make a motion
Wait a
to,
minute. Okay, go
Sorry.
ahead and make the motion. You're right.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and move the actual election to our second June meeting, which is June 21st this month.
I'll second that. Any,
Now we can have
Discussion?
discussion.
Yeah.
So to make it clear, so we're adopting this document to amend our board policy, and I do believe it is an action item. It doesn't say discussion
Right.
only, so I do believe it's an action item.
we're just saying that we can decide when we want to hold the election, and then the officers start at the same time every July,
Where does
the
this-
first meeting of July.
Can you point out where it is in?
That it's a July, know, some
First
other.
paragraph.
And it's regularly scheduled meeting during the month of July, that first line.
Right, so,
Right.
so what you're saying is exactly how we're doing now, but you're proposing that we move it to June?
I'm proposing that we move the election to June, but the officers still start in July.
Where is that, where does it say that in the document?
Well, just usually, we're just making, if it's the will of the board to vote instead 2 weeks before, so that we can all be present.
So what we have before
Instead of
us
having the
is-
regularly scheduled meeting during the month of July each year. So just this year, we want to do it so that we can all be present. We don't have to always do it this way, but
Okay, so we're not amending our board policy, or we are amending it?
It was not to amend the policy. It was
Strictly to
to
move
waive
the
the
election.
policy for this particular year.
it's to waive
That's
it
what
for,
they were trying to
so
say.
that we can all be present for this year's election.
Okay, but it doesn't say that, though.
This is just the current policy. They
current
just
policy.
wanted the current policy to be included so you would know why they were proposing waiving the election in July.
We're just going to do
Okay,
it 2
so,
weeks
so
early.
now this becomes a discussion item, because it's not an actionable item, because the public doesn't know that we're voting on that, correct?
You wouldn't be voting on it until the next meeting. So she
Right.
just said that it would be on the agenda for the June 21st meeting, the election of officers, if you all concur that you would waive that first item.
Okay, okay.
If-
It just
yeah.
doesn't say that so clearly here.
Well, that's because this is the current policy, and it's just if the will of the board to just change the day that we're going to do our election
Okay.
this year.
So now technically,
Right.
I think it's not an actual item, because you didn't tell the public that you want to change it to June.
We want to
But-
do
but
it
we're go- but
at the
we're gonna
next
do it
meeting.
the next meeting.
That's right. That's why
Right.
we wanted to talk
Okay.
about it today, so that we can do it the 21st. Am I saying that correctly?
Okay, so there's gonna be a new document that's gonna come to us at our next meeting that'll just give a waiver to
That say we can
our board
waive.
policy, 111, is that correct?
Right, and it would show the election of officer, president, vice president, and you would actually nominate and move that forward.
Okay, so it's not, just to be clear, we're not changing the policy, we're
Right.
just waiving
Waiving
it
it, exactly.
for the next meeting. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Because there's no change in the membership of the board.
No.
Got it.
Does that make sense? I
Where
know
you,
it's a
where
little
you
tricky.
going in July?
Well, you know, I don't have a choice, but I'm going where I have to go with my family.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank
Right?
you.
And I have no choice, so I have to do it.
Okay.
Okay? But I'll be zooming in for the July, I'll be here, but I won't be here physically. So I'll be zooming in, which I don't prefer, but I don't have a choice.
But there is a motion on the floor to allow that to happen, so are you all
Right.
going to take a vote or not? Or since you've had the discussion, you don't have to do anything. But I just
Should
want
we
to.
vote?
We should have a second.
I seconded
Yeah,
it.
Lisa
Lisa seconded.
I apologize. We should have a vote.
Okay.
Okay, so all in favor?
I,
Aye.
I'm gonna vote no, because I think we're out of order.
Okay.
I don't think we did it per our protocol. We took an action item that wasn't, we took an item on our agenda that wasn't actionable because it wasn't properly documented for the public to know what we're voting on. I don't see anywhere that we're just gonna waive it at the next meeting for temporarily. There's no such, I hate to be a pain in the rear end, but
Maybe our lawyer, I don't know, my understanding was this was the proper procedure, but I don't know. I'll see.
This is just like the last vote. There's been a motion, a second, and a vote to take an action with regard to a particular date of a meeting. There's no waiving of there's no rewriting of the policy. The public will know that the next meeting is the electoral meeting. So it's appropriate.
Thank you. Was it 4-1 then? Is that right?
Yep.
Or does that change your vote? Okay.
it still passes.
All right, 4-1.
Change my mind.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to then item 12, which is, I'll take the lead on this, but I want to call up our good attorney, Greg Rowland. It's to discuss our position on AB 764, and I'll just give what it is. It would make special districts, school districts, community college districts, and county boards of education subject to similar criteria and process requirements that apply to counties and cities that are adjusting the boundaries of the districts used to elect members of their governing bodies. It would increase public hearing and outreach requirements that apply to all local jurisdictions as part of the process for adopting or adjusting boundaries, and it establishes a procedure for legal challenges when a local jurisdiction does not comply with the requirements of state law related to redistricting. And I will toss to Attorney Rowland.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh.
But the members of the board, the reason for this agenda item is to take either a support or opposed position on AB 764. By way of context and background, we hired the Sheehy Strategies Group, and we engage in the weekly exercise of doing a bill tracking review for the very purpose of identifying bills that the board may be interested in or may be of a direct import to the board. AB 764 is one such matter. And without the help of Mr. and Mrs. Sheehy, we may have lost it in the cacophony of bills in Sacramento these days. AB 764 is called the Fair Maps Act of 2023. And that may sound familiar because Assemblymember Bonta, now Attorney General Bonta, sponsored and passed the Fair Maps Act of 2019, which is the rubric under which we did our last redistricting exercise. So there are some voices in opposition that think AB 764 is premature because we've just recently gone under a substantial overhaul of our redistricting process. Nonetheless, AB 764 is another substantial overhaul in our redistricting process, and there were several amendments to the election code and the education code that the board may want to take under consideration. First, there are additional requirements on the redistricting entity. As President Sparks said, essentially, county boards, school districts, community college districts, and small special districts like a mosquito abatement district, something like that, are held to the same redistricting requirements as county boards of supervisors. So there are vastly more requirements. There's additional website requirements. There's additional outreach plan requirements. There's additional workshop requirements. There's additional public review periods. There's additional public outreach plans necessary. And there must be a publication of Voting Rights Act analysis. Now, this may or may not be of interest to this board, because as you recall, in our 2020 redistricting, we had no less than 7 public hearings, and Dr. Douglas Johnson provided copious Voting Rights Act data. But regardless, it would be more work for the board, more work for the superintendent's staff, and cost is something that we should consider. And when taking into consideration costs, AB 764 has already been deemed by the Legislative Council as a state mandate. That means that the cost incurred must be fully reimbursable for every map drawing cycle in perpetuity. Now that sounds like a lot of legal mumbo jumbo, but it's important to understand that each involved entity is going to seek reimbursement against the state general fund by way of something called a test claim. And I know what you're asking yourself, wasn't the Fair Maps Act of 2019 also a state mandate? Yes, it was. And I fully expect that Ms. Hendrick has either submitted or will be submitting a test claim for the costs incurred in that exercise. But it's a state mandate on top of a state mandate. So it is projected that this will cost thousands of entities statewide millions of dollars, several millions of dollars. And for a state that is facing a budget deficit approaching $40 billion, $1 million here and $1 million there, you're starting to talk real money. So that's the direct cost, but there's also hidden costs involved in AB 764. It creates what we call in the law a private right of action. That means that any individual, group, entity can sue either the redistricting agency or the public entity if they don't like the way the redistricting goes. Simply put, it allows a legal action alleging that the act does not comply with criteria and requirements of the law to be brought at any time prior to the election that will be conducted using those boundaries. Think about that. A decennial redistricting and they can be challenged at any time there's an election using those boundaries. There is a notice and cure process. Think about the Brown Act, cure and correct process. An aggrieved party can bring a matter to the board, to a public entity, ask that they fix the perceived problem, and if they don't, they can sue. Now, that is not in existing law. So it will necessarily be an increase on taxpayer dollars spent on public litigation. How much? We simply don't know. But there are real costs associated with this proposal. And there are substantive changes to the way the maps will be drawn. Education Code Section 1002, with which we became very familiar, is amended to eliminate factors such as topography, geography, cohesiveness, continuity, integrity, and compactness of territory. And of additional concern is that redistricting entities can no longer consider communities of interest. Stated differently, concentrations of ethnic voting blocks in certain geographic areas so that they can have their voices heard politically. As you recall, in 2020, we gave great consideration to the Vietnamese community of interest. Communities of interest will be eliminated. Another major change is that incumbency will no longer be considered. Election Code Section 21130D will be amended to read, and I quote, "The districting body shall not adopt election district boundaries for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against any incumbent, political candidate, or political party." Now, the purpose sounds laudable on paper, but as you recall, in our 2020 redistricting effort and all those that preceded it, we did give consideration to incumbency because this board believed that it was important for the voters to select their trustees instead of having it done by a map drawing process. Finally, amendments to Education Code Section 21002 would unequivocally vest redistricting power in the county committee. And so taking a position in support of that would be inconsistent with prior positions of this board. You've been provided in your packet a list of entities and groups that are for and against AB 764. And as you can see, looking at those groups, they're completely consistent with the notions that have been presented in this presentation. You see a lot of special interest groups that are supporting AB 764, likely because of the private right of action. And you see groups such as the California State Association of Counties, who are committed to fiscal austerity and government efficiencies in opposition to AB 764. That's illustrative. So with that, I will take any questions the board may have.
What effect will us taking a position against 764, how will that, what will that do?
The next steps will be that there will be a letter in opposition, 2 letters in opposition, drafted by the board and or our lobbyists that will be submitted into the legislative record. We will make a decision whether we want to have the board be listed as a group in opposition. And I respectfully submit that that is an absolutely critical process in this exercise because this is flying under the radar. Local school districts and community college districts and mosquito abatement districts don't realize what they're in for. So we would either take a position very vocally and start lobbying against it, or we wouldn't necessarily have to be on the list of groups.
So I'd like to make a motion to formally oppose AB 764.
And I'll second that.
Any discussion?
So,
I just wanted to say will of the board again.
yeah. No, so, again, it does say board discussion and position. So I think that this is an action item because we're discussing it and we're taking a position. So I do agree with that. Not the last one, though.
Any discussion?
Well, 2 out of 3.
Greg, I'm thinking about, I send my kids to the Lowell district. It's a little K through 8 district. And they elect their trustees by trustee area. They're super small. And when they went through their redistricting here this last census, they may have moved the trustee boundaries. It was like a street or two over this way or that way to try to keep their population balanced. And I imagine, like, it's probably why the rural county group here, they probably have very districts like that where when you're redistricting, you've had such small changes in population and it's such a small area, you're barely adjusting by a street or two this way or that way. And then you read through those requirements they have to go through. I'm just thinking about for like my little school district, what an onerous undertaking for them when in reality it's such a small thing that they end up doing of moving the lines. And I just think that you're really, this is kind of Sacramento at its finest. Here we're going to have this rule applied statewide, even on these little districts. It just seems really like overkill, and no matter how well-intentioned it is. So I would be happy to join in formally opposing this bill. Doesn't seem right.
Do we have to come to an agreement, or are we getting the Sheehy firm on this to lobby against it? Is that also part of this?
They would respectfully request official action taken before they actively lobby the bill. So, yes.
So is that something we can do tonight, or is that something that we can?
By voting in opposition or support, in opposition.
We have a motion for opposition. Because of the millions and millions of dollars, because communities of interest would not be represented, which would just be tragic. And then the indirect millions of dollars that we don't even know.
But I think to answer the question, the moment we take a position for or against the bill, our lobbyists go forth
They get activated,
and go for or against the bill.
I guess my question was, do we have to have a subsequent motion to engage them to go take action against this?
No, sir.
No.
Okay.
Call for the vote?
I have a question. Yeah, so these are all documents that came from Tom?
Correct.
Okay, so he's already engaged. And the black is the current and the blue is what's?
The amendments.
The amendments, and the lines through the red is what's being removed. Okay, so there's, because a lot of people don't seal this document, there's a lot of changes to these laws here. And so right now we've engaged the Sheehy firm, and just as past practices, it's the executive committee that has directed our people who we engage in contracts with to go about this. We can certainly have a board action if that's necessary, but the executive committee has done that in the past without any vote by the board. Okay, so the pros, if you can go through those again.
I didn't go through any pros.
Okay.
No pros.
Well, the pros and cons.
The cons would be cost, the onerous nature of the responsibility of the entity. There's that, which is a cost. Then there's the direct cost as a mandate. That would be against the general fund. There's the hidden cost of the private right of action, increased litigation. So those are the cost elements. The changes to the way the maps are drawn are really significant, to the extent that we are no longer taking into consideration communities of interest and cohesiveness of neighborhoods, that sort of thing.
Or incumbency.
We are no longer taking into account incumbency, and I see 5 incumbents before us here today. And that's not necessarily a joke, because we did have a real discussion about this in 2020, about how the maps would be drawn in order to give the voters the right to choose their trustees. There was a certain map that would not have allowed any voters to choose any of the trustees that were on the dais at the time. So that is an important component of this bill. And the county committee element, we have taken a position against the county committee's authority to redistrict in our particular case, and the prudence of them redistricting generally. So this bill would make that abundantly clear that they would have that authority.
Be in a conflict with what we've done so far.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand this a little bit better in the process.
Okay, are we ready to call it for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have a brief?
Yeah, we're going to have a little break before we go into our list of presentations. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at about 8:05, so 11-minute break. Dr. Marinette Montes to the podium to talk about the LCAP presentation and the public hearing.
This is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
You can tell the audience is ready.
Yes, they're riveted.
I was worried it wasn't me, right? It's not me.
It's not you, it's the subject.
So good evening, President Sparks, members of the board, colleagues, and guests. Annually, we present to the public the local accountability control plan for the upcoming school year. I will be co-presenting tonight with our educational program leaders, Ms. Anna Lee Creedle and Mr. Vern Burton, who both have direct oversight of our special education and alternative ed programs. Next slide. Oh, go back, yeah. So I'd like to thank our teachers and staff, our agency partners, and our students and parents for their input into this plan. The board has received letters of support within their packets from our community partners as well. And I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Lisa Lanier in the back, who synthesizes all the information coming from pieces. So it's one voice coming from one author. So thank you, Lisa. Next slide here is on or before July, this is the statute here. Ed Code 52066 is the LCAP has got to be adopted by the 1st of July each year. Next slide. As I've mentioned before, it's adopted annually, but throughout the year, we use the continuous improvement cycle. We define what our goals are, we take actions and services, we measure those throughout the year, we collect information and data, we learn from those, we analyze and synthesize those, we make improvements to make sure that we are actually hitting our goals. So it's not a one and done, it's an ongoing thing. I'm happy to share that in my first 60 days, hard to believe it's like 62 days and it feels like dog years, but I love it. I love it, I really do.
We feel the same.
As I've, in my first 60 days, I've almost hit 100% of our school sites.
Wow.
So I'm pleased with the teaching and learning at the sites, and I've observed the compassion and commitment that our staff and teachers have. So I'm super proud. And I'm going to turn this over to our experts here that work with our teachers and staff members each and every day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Miramontes. Good evening, President Sparks, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity and those of you that have stayed. So I'm going to take you through the next few slides here. I think Ramon did this one. So you
I was supposed to do that one.
Okay. It's okay. I'm going to take you through some of the demographics here as we look at our community school program and our juvenile hall and our CHEP program. These slides, you have last year's demographics and then you have this year. So you have, for this year, we've got 1,123 students enrolled. 85.6% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. 30.7% English learners, and foster youth is 2%. That's in our community school program and access. So the next slide is juvenile hall. So juvenile hall, we have 191 students enrolled. 100% of those students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. 29.3% are identified as English learners, and 16.2% are foster youth. And then you're going to see a little bit of a change because we're looking at our Pacific Coast High School program and our community home education program, our CHEP program. And of that, this year there's 491 students enrolled. 28.9% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. 4.5% are English learners, and 0.2% are foster youth. And then as we look at our division of special education services, Annalise program, there's 364 students enrolled. 41.5% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. English learners are 23.1% and 2.5% foster youth. Real quick on the socioeconomically disadvantaged, that was a change that the CDC made on it. You'll see in it, sometimes you'll see socioeconomically disadvantaged or low income, but they're the same thing, just so you know. So they, okay, so next you're gonna get our Summer at the Center program.
3, 2, 1.
We are here today at Sager
Bergstrom Center for the Arts, where we are just about complete with our 31st year of Summer at the Center, working with Orange County Department of Education Access students. By participating in the creative process, in the artistic process, we're breaking down a lot of walls, getting outside of their comfort zone, and then they're more willing to do that out in the real world.
We are here for 2 weeks with a selection of students from our program that get to sing and dance and meet new people and try new things that they've never thought they would do before. As far as what Orange County Department of Education does is we have about a dozen staff with us. We are here to support the students, provide them anything that they need. We do outreach to the families because we want to encourage the families and let them know this is what your son and daughter are doing.
They learn singing, acting, dancing from a team of professional teaching artists. And in addition to learning those skills, they're really learning a lot of valuable life skills like confidence, teamwork, leadership, public speaking, and just taking some healthy risks.
For many of our students, this is not an opportunity that they have had before. But now they're with us, and they have a chance to do something that they're not going to get to do in a setting that's just absolutely beautiful.
Something that you should definitely know about this program is that it's as fun as everybody has described it as. I was kind of ready to be like, kind of here, hide in my bubble, look away from people, kind of that stuff. But coming here and everyone being so positive and so welcoming, it kind of helped me break open my shell too. And kind of trying it out and finding out that I totally am into this thing and want to do more performances in the future. I'm so happy to be here because of this.
At the end of 2 weeks, it is such a special moment because it is so rewarding. These students learn a whole show in 2 weeks, which, I mean, as staff, I don't know that we could do that.
So that's great. We're hitting our 32nd year of Summer at the Center, and that speaks to the goal one, the engagement piece, which it gives kids an opportunity to partake in an event like that. We used to have lower enrollment, and then we spoke with Summer at the Center to kind of expand that of kids that maybe didn't want to be on stage. They can learn the lighting, they can learn makeup, costume design, things like that, because that's all part of the process. So because of that, I think we have 80-some kids that are trying to get into it this year, which is great, we want to be higher than that, but this is good. The interest in the engagement is happening. So,
And if I could just
oh,
add.
I'm sorry.
It's really exciting this last year in 2022, we had 2 of our students from our special schools program participate as well, which, students with the most significant disabilities can be very challenged in an environment like that, and it's just wonderful that we were able to do that. So it's an added bonus.
So moving forward, these are some of our highlights we can show you. So up on the far left, up on the top, that is our Parent Family Resource Center, and that's part of our Second Harvest Food Bank up there. So what that offers to families is they can come and they can get food, and we have that at 3 locations. It's just a good opportunity to engage our parents and help them out if they need a little help.
In the center, you see one of our students that is at our Harbor Learning Center program. She's actually an adult transition program student, and we're very excited. She's at the Harbor Learning Center, as well as many of our sites. We are working in the area of ag and natural resources, and one of the components of that is animal care. And we have 6 chickens there, and what's really neat about this picture is the day before we actually entered them in Imaginology at the Orange County Fair, and we won 1st place and 2 second places for our chickens. So that was a huge accomplishment. So
And that's
that was
Goldie, right?
That's Goldie.
Yeah.
She won 1st place, and what's neat about that picture is it's the day we were prepping them and cleaning them and getting them ready to go to the show. So it was quite an accomplishment for them. The 2 lower pictures are where the chickens live, and it's also part of our Ag and Natural Resources program. We did a huge renovation on it over the last year, and we're continuing to make changes to the gardens and the things that we're planting. And it really has been an amazing place for our students to learn and grow, literally, no pun intended, but to definitely foster their lives. So we're really pleased with that. And then if you look over in the top corner that's our Battle of the Books program. So those are our middle schoolers that are at Venado. They are deaf and hard. All these students are deaf or hard of hearing, and they participate in a national program against other middle schoolers that are deaf and hard of hearing. Called Battle of the Books. And what they do is each one of them has to read 5 books. This is a competition similar to a Jeopardy kind of environment, and it is non-coached. So these students on their own time read these books and become very proficient in these books so that they can compete. You know, there is no coaching and there's no support from the teachers. There's support, but you know, this is something they do independently. You see there's some cabinet members that are in this picture because we recently did a mock opportunity to compete against them. We read one of the books, and I assure you it was very challenging.
Who won that competition? Who won? Yeah, who won between cabinet?
It was close, but they did win. They did win fair and square. So we did not embarrass ourselves because it was a great book to read, and it was a great opportunity for us to interact with them. Oh, I did.
Oh, okay. Can I go back one real quick
Yeah,
to talk about
of course.
Okay, so
Oh,
what we
sorry.
have there is our Access Culinary Clash, and that showcases our CTE program for culinary arts. So what we did is we got 4 teams of students. They competed in making a breakfast, and then we had staff from Calmus here go up and judge the meals, and it was great. They had 4 different teams. The kids loved it. It was student-centered. A student hosted that, Ricardo, who did a great job. So again, you know, that again speaks to the engagement piece too, and the LCAP of funds for that for CTE.
Excellent.
And then what we have here at the top is the first 3 photos at the top there are of the first EL parent conference we had. The English language learner parents came out in December. It was a huge event. It was about 150 families showed up for that. And the event, part of it was breakout sessions to give parents needed information. There was some discussions of education, how we're serving their kids. It was a really successful event, and we plan on doing those more.
And the 3 pictures, the lower pictures, are wonderful shots of 3 or 4 of our students that participated in a Holly celebration at our Early Learning Center at Knott Special Classes. So it was a really great day for them and an opportunity to not only interact with their peers, but we had parents involved as well, which is always a nice piece of our program.
And then, of course, Summer at the Center is the slide on the far left there. And again, that's a collaboration with Annalise students and Access students, special schools and Access together, and that's always a lot of fun. In the middle there's what we call our cafecito. It's a parent opportunity to come out and meet with staff from the school to discuss their children's education, to discuss curriculum, stuff like that, and actually engage in certain curriculum, what's happening. I think they're engaging in an art project that the kids were doing, and they're going through that right there. And then if you move over to the far right, that is part of our Career Success Week, where it's a week where we work with the kids and they get those kind of basic skills of getting a job, what they need to do. It takes them through the whole thing, and then it finishes. There's another slide in here, you'll see it, working wardrobes, where they get fitted with a suit. And the transformation of the kids when they put the suit on and they're ready for the workforce, it's just great. So real quick, this is the process when we go through the LCAP, what we look at. I like to call it the what, why, how, who, what. So basically you start with, thank you. Basically you start with what do we want to achieve? So let's say what we want to achieve is we want all our kids to come to school. We want to get more student attendance. Why was the goal developed? Because a lot of students are missing school. How do we measure the outcomes? So what we do is we're going to look at attendance, right? If we want more kids to come to school. Who needs these services? Obviously students. So what actions and services will enable us to achieve the goal? Maybe it's bus passes. So we use the money under the LCAP for that to purchase some bus passes, and then we look at the cost. And then of course it cycles, it rotates. So are the kids coming? Are they taking advantage of those bus passes? Are they coming to school more? That's just a brief snapshot. I'm kind of speeding because I know it's getting late and I'm trying to move through it for you. So this is part of our OCD LCAP educational partner engagement. It's just all the stuff we do to engage our parents. OCDE, we have staff input opportunities where the parents come in and they have conversations with us. There's school site council meetings comprised of parents, educational partners, students, again, where they look at how are we spending our money? What are we doing with the curriculum? Things like that. It gives them some input. Parent focus group meetings, again, it's more information, discussions with parents. How are we doing with our kids? What are the needs they see that we can improve on? The EL Parent Advisory Committee, that's for our English language learners parents to come in. And again, same conversations, what we can do, how can we make this better? The special education parent and family engagement from Annalise program, again, they're doing the same things, bringing the kids in. And then of course we have a lot of surveys. So, and some of those surveys are in the back of your LCAP. So you'll see those of the results of those. We included this because this is just good for everyone to see. This is actually feedback from those parent engagement surveys. You know, this is directly from the parents. This is the first time that my son wants to go to school with his teacher. We do hear that quite a bit, which is really nice to hear. It means we're doing something right. I love all the professional development opportunities available and the support from the management to attend and make it accessible and possible. The collaboration with OCDE Access Special Schools and the local district continues to make significant difference in supporting the educational needs of the youth in foster care through our school stability. My school constantly offers help for those who need it, and if they notice a student is struggling, they will always take the time to help them. That's where we constantly are doing, and we're improving on that too. We're making that better. And then the commitment of OCDE Access to provide high quality education and support services are essential to ensuring that our students have the best possible chance for success. So it's all the supports coming together. And then I'm turning it over to Annalee.
So what are those state local control accountability priorities? So this graphic details 3 different colors primarily, and it looks at the first area, which is in purple, which speaks to the conditions of learning. And this area includes implementation of state standards, as well as course of study and services provided to expelled youth and foster youth. The green area is the area that we want to consider ourselves when we're talking about achievement, pupil outcomes. Pupil outcomes include a focus on student achievement and results. And the final area, which is highlighted in orange, is engagement. Engagement involves ensuring that we are supporting students, parents, and maintaining those strong community partner involvement. So these alignments, as you see, will be demonstrated in the goals that we're going to discuss next. So here's the first of our goals. So it highlights the area of engagement, and the goal requires us to work with families, schools, and community partners to create a strong framework in support of student achievement, as well as safe and supportive school environments for our students to learn. It also addresses our work to ensure that all of our students are provided with motivating and stimulating programs and courses designed to support their achievement. Our programs must ensure that our students feel respected and that we include socially and culturally and emotionally relative components so our students feel cared for both inside and outside of the classroom. So this student that you see pictured here is working in one of our CTE labs on an alternate energy project. So if you notice in the next few slides, there's going to be a reference to a page number, and so that'll just bring you back within your larger document to the pages that we're going to be discussing things such as Goal 1 engagement. So on our next slide, we're addressing pupil outcomes, which is part of our goal number 2. So in this area, we'll work together to ensure that all of our students are provided what they need to thrive both academically and interpersonally. So the student work that you see here is a project that was developed during that student's participation in Career Success Week. I especially like the student's goals, and the last comment that she makes in her statement is that she's going to be brave for trying. So, and again, you can reference more detail about this area, this goal, on page 59 of your document. The third goal addresses conditions for learning. And in other words, it's our work that we must provide our students in accessing fully credentialed teachers, instructional materials aligned to state standards. And additionally, we continue to work to keep our facilities in safe and good repair. It also addresses our work in providing a broad course of study that is also supported by an alignment to the California state standards. So pictured here is the Title I resource library with both curricular materials and teaching supports. So more detail on goal number 3 can be found on page 73. Now I'm going to turn it over to Vern to talk about our goal 4.
So this is a new goal for this year. We decided we're going to identify the academic growth for identified student groups so that it provides prescriptive interventions and supports to consistently low-performing students to close the equity gap. So let me give you an example. Let's say we have a student who's having some difficulty reading. So what this does, this allows us through the funds to get the curriculum that they need to get them up to grade level, hire the academic support assistants, and we have a reading intervention specialist. So all that comes into play to really help that kid get up to the Lexile level that they would need close to grade level of where we want to get them. So that's kind of in a nutshell with that. It really does target those needs and put supports behind it. And then this is your acronym list in the appendices. So A is your acronym list, your community partners is appendix B, C, student demographics, D, family engagement events. We've had a lot of family engagement events, so you can peruse that and see. And then the E, the LCAP survey results. Those are interesting if you have the chance to go through those. A lot of good comments, a lot of things in there.
So next steps and timelines. So this evening, we've provided you with the LCAP document and then this overview. Pending board approval, our next step is adoption of the LCAP at the June 21st meeting. Prior to the adoption of the LCAP, the board will receive an update on the California School Dashboard local indicators for all of our programs. And it is our intent to submit our LCAP document to CDE by the 1st of July for approval by the state superintendent in the fall of 2023. So
There he is.
I don't think that there's probably a more fitting way to say thank you all for your patience and for reading, and I think that Hank sums it up very well. It was very cool. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hard work on this.
Lisa's, you want him to go ahead and do the public hearing on this?
Oh, yeah, go. I'm sorry.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite any members of the public to comment on the local control accountability plan for the Orange County Department of Education. Any public comments? Hearing no comments, this hearing is now closed.
Thank you. So Ramon, you're back up for 15?
On deck, number
For the
15.
board president, so.
Okay. The LCAP presentation.
Yep, so I'm back again to share the local control accountability plan for the Career and College Preparatory Academy. I will be co-presenting with Vern Burton, our Assistant Super of Alternative Ed, and our Principal, Dave Connor, for CCPA. Next slide. Because I knew it was going to be a little bit late, we combined some of the slides that we showed earlier, or displayed earlier. Thank you to the staff and the community members that gave input. There's the section of the Ed Code that relates to this. Again, we talked about the LCAP cycle, the continuous improvement cycle, the goal setting, as Vern called it, the what, why, how, who, what, and what chart, and then, of course, the state priorities. I do want to give a little shout out today. You know, Dave, come on up here. We received some great news from the WAS accreditation, and I'll leave that up to you two. These gentlemen are going to take you through the LCAP presentation here, move forward. But I want to start off with the accreditation. Share that, please.
Yes, we had our midterm review, passed with flying colors, so we'll be good for another 3 years. So,
A lot of hard work. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. So again, these are the goals. This is the cycle that we talked about with engagement, pupil outcomes, and conditions of learning. And so you'll see these feed into this. Some of the updates, there was 103 graduates. Last year, 136 are currently enrolled and 313 total students served. And you can see up there, that is the graduation from last year. And then some more of the demographics. So total students is 156. 92% of those are free and reduced lunch. 33% are English learners and 1% are foster youth. I think it's important to note here that CCPA, which is incredible, is above the county and state average in English proficient reclassification percentages with a 30% reclassification. That's a huge number. So if, in case you're unfamiliar with reclassification, it's when you take a kid from an English language learner to fluent English proficient. And what that means is they're reading, they're understanding, they're writing at the same level as the other kids in class. So that's a tremendous achievement. So I didn't want to let that slip by. So some of the LCAP Goal 1, some of the successes, CCPA continues to decrease the dropout rate in Orange County, and by graduating students and earning their high school diploma, they've just hit over 1,000 students. So that is a wonderful achievement again, 1,000 students in climbing. So wonderful job, Dave, to you and your team. And then I am going to turn this over to you.
all right. You got the clicker?
I got the clicker, I got you.
All right, you got me. All right. Good evening, folks. Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate all that you do. This is your school, so you're hearing about what you guys are doing together. I got you. Thank you. CCFA connects students to the community and our community partners. It'd be good if I put my glasses on because I can't read like that. We increase the number of events for our students to participate each year. More events means more opportunities in breaking down barriers for students. Our biggest obstacle for our students are barriers because they are falling off the regular path to an education, right? So we have to break down those barriers to get them back in. We had 34 school events last year to do that, which was great. At each event, students are able to get resources from the community resource specialists, such as hygiene kits, diapers for their kids, and bus passes. The top left corner picture is our new site at Anaheim, and this is our open house. There, in the top right corner was our CCPA California Job Challenge graduates at Working Wardrobes, where they attended a workshop on the power of your image. So every one of our graduates gets the ability to attend this workshop and get a suit to go out into the world with, okay? Bottom left, College Career Week held twice per year, includes FAFSA workshops, Power of Your Image workshops, and Art for Healing. And as stated before, students are given the ability to get resources from our community partners at those. The bottom right is our Future Grad and Alumni Night. It was our first annual Future Grad and Alumni Night at Mariners Church in Santa Ana. They were gracious hosts, a beautiful event. We had a movie night, FAFSA workshop, all the sort of kids came in. It was a good time. So, next slide, please. Goal 2 was pupil outcome highlights for 23-24. We track and follow up on our CCPA graduates. We continue to fund community resource specialists to bridge resources for students in the community and provide additional support systems that address the needs of all our adult students to break down those barriers to allow them to move forward in their educational and career development. Some of the successes with their post-graduation is that 93% of our students surveyed felt they were being prepared for college or a career. So we're getting the goal of being college and career ready. 69% of our students surveyed plan to enroll in college and apply for a new career after graduating. And 26% of our students graduated and had a pathway certificate from a local community college at the same time in a dual enrollment programs. Our LCAP Goal 2 success, impact of interventions and support services. This slide represents the impact of the interventions and support services. All of our students are given information on a weekly basis regarding resources in the community that are available to them. This graph represents the students that were disengaged with our program. Our community resource specialist is informed of a student in need and reaches out to that student to provide support that eliminates barriers that allows that student to re-engage in school. Our community resource specialist will connect students with referrals to community agencies for medical, dental, vision, or mental health services, food banks, shelter resources, case management, and resource navigation. As a result of these interventions, we have seen an increase in students' ADA by 30% within the first 30 days of receiving that. And what you have to realize is I have school sites from San Juan to Anaheim, right? So the resources are different in Anaheim than they are in Capitol Valley, right? So Elizabeth Quintanilla, my community resource specialist, is a brilliant young lady. All right, next. I stole her from Vern, by the way.
He did, yes.
LCAP goal successes. LCAP successes with the California Job Challenge in Long Beach City College. The California Job Challenge houses students for 5.5 months on the Los Al Air Base, where they had the ability to attend Long Beach City College and the College of Career Preparatory Academy in a dual enrollment program. In this past year, we've had 28 students complete the dual enrollment program, earning a CTA certificate from Long Beach City College in either automotive, welding, or construction that are stackable certificates towards their associate degree. Students can earn between 9 or 12 college units while they're attending and going to school. Pictured here are the graduates from Class 7. On the right side, pictures are from Long Beach City College, automotive and construction class. Okay. We were blessed to receive some WIOA Title II monies. We haven't had the dollar amount yet, but that money will come in July 1st through 23 to 2027. WIOA is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. It's federal monies. This monies will allow me to expand the program to work with incarcerated adults in providing them their high school diploma. So again, we're just trying to move people forward and get them back in society, which would be great. Next, program update. This is through the Association of the California School Administrators, and out of thousands of students in Region 17 that serve 28 Orange County school districts and the Orange County Department of Education, our very own College Career Preparatory Academy student Amy Ayala was honored as a winner of the representing our region. The purpose of the award is to honor students who have succeeded against all odds and beyond expectations. Inspiring stories such as Amy's ability to succeed and persevere through difficulties and challenges made her deserving of this award. Amy's teacher, Miss Adams, states that she is motivated and has a huge heart. While working towards her high school diploma, Amy is also a caregiver, nurturer, and foundational support to her family and loved ones. And she's also going to be our speaker at our graduation on Friday. So, we are extremely proud to have Amy represent Orange County Department of Education and your College and Career Preparatory Academy. All right. Hopefully back there they can do this. They're going to be able to click. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to say CCPA will continue to build upon their successes. Ultimately, these outcomes would not be possible if it were not for the support of the Orange County Department of Education, the Orange County Board of Education, and the hard work and dedication of the CCPA staff, who all strive to be a positive influence on the young adults they work with as they support them in moving forward. I leave you now with one final video showing the ultimate outcome, and thank you to the Orange County Department Media team for putting this highlight reel together. So they should be able to click on that. There we go.
I now ask that you join me and please applaud the graduating class of 2022 and their teachers who have helped them make this achievement possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the class of 2022 College and Career Preparatory Academy graduation. Today is a day we'll remember for the rest of our lives. This is a huge milestone in which we've completed. Some earlier than expected and some later than expected, in which I still say, better late than never.
This great accomplishment does not only mean the end of a chapter in our life, it is also the beginning of our adulthood, the beginning of the rest of our lives. The mistakes that we made as kids will no longer be seen the same way.
I went through a lot of ups and downs. It wasn't easy getting to where we're at today. I work full-time as a relationship manager at a credit union. I coach football, and it's crazy to think that I added school on such a full plate. But I stand here today talking to all of you, receiving my diploma.
We learned to value and pay attention to the little things. Because if we cannot do the little things right, ladies and gentlemen, we can't do the big things right. Together with my class, we learned to become resilient, courageous, and take pride in ourselves.
Our character and our drive to success is what brought us here. Our parents and our loved ones supported us, even in the times that we didn't want to keep going. Sin usted, mamá, la verdad que no podría lograr esto hoy. Quiero que sepa que hacerte feliz y orgullosa de mí siempre fue algo que quise hacer. I love you, Mom. Thank you for everything that you have done for me. And I hope that I've made you proud today, and I hope that I can keep making you proud.
I was embarrassed to come up here and speak. I should have graduated a long time ago. If any of you in the stands feel or felt the same way, I want you to throw that out the window. This is a huge accomplishment for all of us, and it's just the beginning. It doesn't matter how long it took, as long as we did it. Thank you again, class of 2022. Be proud of that cap and tassel. Don't stop here. Continue to grow, make a difference in this world. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions or? We got to do.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
I mean, for all these years, what you've done is a significant impact in the community. and
Thank
the
you.
kids.
Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite any members of the public to comment on the local control accountability plan for the College and Career Preparatory Academy charter. Hearing no comments, this hearing is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you all do. Thank you so much.
Just so important what you guys do. I mean, really. If we don't turn these kids around, I mean, we just have to turn them into, adults that can read and write. And it's just so important what you do.
All right, I will call Renee Hendrick up to the podium to conduct the budget presentation and public hearing.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a video to show you.
Oh.
But I do have a presentation, so we'll do that instead. So the beginning of the presentation is from a statewide look from the governor's budget as it stands in May. So it's changing as we speak. But Governor Newsom attempts to reach a balance of protecting existing investments while anticipating continued economic uncertainties. And so the revenues have continued to underperform. And so I think we talked about that at our last meeting, is the revenue for the state is below projections. As of right now, it's a $31.5 billion budget shortfall. So despite that, though, he is sticking with his commitment to education. A trade-off is made whether protecting the local control funding formula, and it comes at the expense of one-time funds reduced in the current year, some of which have already hit local education coffers. And we'll talk about those in a few minutes. And then he's still warning that, if the economic picture should get broader and economic risk materialize, deeper reductions will be necessary. But he still has a lot of things in his toolbox he can use. So he could go back to deferrals of revenue, which we've seen in the past. He has reserve accounts he can withdraw from. And then he could do a deficit on a cost of living adjustment. So the overview for K-12 spending for January through May. So if you look at the blue line is his proposal in January, and then the orange is his revision in May. And so you can see that the LCFF portion has gone down, although his commitment, he actually increased the cost of living from 8.13 to 8.22. And so other investments included category program COLA for some programs, including state preschool adjustments. And then May revise continues to make the largest investment in the local control funding formula, and the components as well as fully funding the statutory COLA for LCFF. He continues to have a heavy emphasis on TK expansion, and so that shows there, and then some categorical programs receive the COLA. And so from the governor's budget in May, you can see that the LCFF funding increase has gone down from $5.04 billion to $4.0 billion. And that reflects an increase of $3.6 billion because of the COLA, the change in the amount, and $460 million to support TK. And then you can see they actually rebench backwards, which is a little difficult for us, right? So they're already rebenching 22-23, which we haven't completed yet. And it goes from $107 billion to $106.8 billion. And then for 23-24, he rebenched from $108.8 billion to $106.8 billion. He does have on here the arts and music, and the January proposal, he was going to reduce that by $1.2 billion. In the May revision, he has to reduce that by $1.8 billion. And then the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, he had no reduction in January, and now he has a reduction of $2.5 billion. So what he's really doing is using those reductions to pay for the shortfall in the LCFF above. Now that being said, it's still in the legislative process, and both the Senate and Assembly have different ideas on what the governor is going to do. And so it's kind of a wait and see game for us. I think what makes it very confusing for us is that statutorily the budget is due by June 15th from the state. We think he will pass some form of budget, and the same thing will happen to us as it has in, probably last year especially. We will see a trailer bill language come in August or September that will impact the funding for that year also. And so I think that's what we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. So it's our best guess. And so in his May revision, he had 2.81 one-time money being spent to fund ongoing expenses on the local control funding formula. He had $80 million to support county offices for our juvenile court and other alternative schools. Unfortunately, that was tied to AB 906, which did not go through yet. It's still in a holding pattern. The Senate did pass the governor's proposal. The Assembly has not. And so we're still trying to, I know that we have some calls with some legislators this week to hopefully get more support in that area. And then a 50% increase for the county office-based grant allocation to support districts that are in differentiated assistance. And so they're realizing that work is not just 1 year, there's multiple years to get districts up out of differentiated assistance, which is one of the county office's requirements. He also did put the equity multiplier back in. That was taken out by the legislator. He's put it back in. And then he does fund some categorical programs. And so these are the categorical programs that he is funding. Special education, which we're very happy to see. That's one of our largest programs. The mandated block grant, and then early childhood programs, adults in correctional facilities, child nutrition. Some of our large categorical programs that we actually administer are not on this list, though. And so they won't actually be getting the COLA. So one of our biggest ones is our career technical programs. And so this just shows the planning factors. And so this is from school services. And so this is what all districts really use as their planning dartboard when you look out multiple years. And so even though the COLA is projected to go down for 24, 25, 25, 26, and so that's all based on the consumer price index. And so they're assuming inflation will come down, which we haven't seen as much of. So it's kind of a guess at this point, right? And then STRS currently, they cannot increase the STRS employer rate unless they legislatively mandate that. We do know PERS has already shown their increase for the future years. And because both of those groups have posted some significant losses in their portfolios, we do anticipate that that will be legislatively changed in the future. And so this is the Arts and Music Instructional Block Grant. And so we had not budgeted for that in 22-23. We have to actually come to the board with a plan, but because we were trying to spend our federal dollars first, we didn't do that, which is a good thing, since now they've basically cut a large portion of that. And so to give you an idea for us, originally it was $2.6 million, and the reduction is now at 1.3. And so we will budget, in the budget you have in front of you, we have $600,000 budgeted, and that we will bring a plan to you probably in the fall when we get a better idea of what that funding will look like. And then the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant proposed funding reduction. And so originally for us, this was supposed to be $6.1 million. He's showing a 32% decrease in that, so that's equal to $1.9 million. And then the impact that we are seeing is the minimum wage. And so currently we're at $15.50 an hour. And so when you think about that, some of our entry-level positions are not that far from that. And we are competing with Target, McDonald's, those type of places which are advertising at $19 or $20 an hour. And so that is something we're continually looking at and doing surveys with. Declining enrollment projections. This is from 22-23 forward. And so I was pretty excited that we weren't on this list right here because this shows the largest decline. And then one of my colleagues pointed out to me that we were on the list for the prior 5 years though. So actually Orange County and San Diego had been in the top 5 prior to that. And so these are districts that are showing, or counties that are showing the largest decline, they believe, going forward. Right now we're only at about 3%, but we had almost an 8% kind of prior to that. All the coastal communities is really where you're seeing the larger, and where you're seeing the growth is more the central to inland areas. And so I could assume some of that's tied to housing costs. All of it, yeah. I mean, there is a decline in birth rate too. I mean, there is an actual decline in birth rate, but I do think housing components may have something to do with that. So moving on to our budget. So our total revenue, our LCFF component is $127.6 million. State is 32.1, federal is 32. Probably after this year, you'll see that number drastically reduced because this will be kind of the last of our COVID relief funds. And then unlike a regular school district, we do have a lot of local revenue, and that is because we are a fee for service for a lot of the things that we do, and also some of the local contracts that we administer. So for ADA, the good news is for the first time in many years, we were actually seeing a little bit of growth. And so we grew from 21-22, a small portion, and we're expecting like a 31 ADA growth. And so if you remember the slides that they had showed you in the LCAP presentation, that was based on a snapshot of enrollment in one day. And so we actually may see, though we have 4,000 ADA, that's average daily attendance, that could be close to 8,000 students that actually run through our program because they're not here for the whole year. It's not like a traditional school. And so I think that's important for us to note as we talk about county offices. And then this is just broken out the programs. And so one of our biggest areas we've seen an increase in has been the juvenile courts. And so we had that really rapid decline. And so we have seen that come up for this year. And also our community school C, which is our probation or social service refer. So when we talk about the local control funding formula, those two groups of students are the only ones that are in that local control funding formula. The ones that are referred by school districts come under local revenue. Okay. Our special ed area, this is the first time we've seen growth in theirs, and they've had a large number of students graduating, but they're actually having more enrollment than graduations, which is helpful. And so in our local control funding formula, we do anticipate the 8.22% COLA, that's $5.9 million. And federal revenue, it's an increase of 12.5, and so 11.7 of that is for the ESSER III COVID relief funds. They have to be spent or encumbered by September 30th of 2024. And then we have an increase of 1.1 for Title I funds, but those are, some of the federal funds are different than you normally see, so you don't have an ending balance. You actually reduce their income in this year and move it to the next year, and that's what deferred revenue is. And then the state revenue is a decrease of 28.2 million. And so we have an increase of 1.2 for an expansion of the TUPE program, which is our tobacco use prevention education. And then we have an 18.6 decrease for MTSS, and that's because we received those funds in 2022-23, and they will be spent over the next 5 years. And so that is one of the few programs that gives us all the money up front, and then you're spending it down over multiple years, which kind of creates what looks like a deficit, but it's not because the revenue just came in earlier. We have a 6.2 million decrease for programs that were funded for one time in 22-23. Some of that was COVID mitigation funds, and this is where we reduced the arts and music block grant. For local revenues, we have a decrease of 1.9 million. So we actually do have an increase of 5.4 million, and that's for the school districts that are referring students to us. They all received the 8.22% COLA too, so we have an increase of funds there. And then for our students in our special schools program, that is a fee-for-service program, very intensive program, and so the bill back to districts will increase revenue by 3.4 million. We have a bunch of changes of 166,000. And then a decrease for MAW, which is the Medical Administrative Services, 6 million. Usually you see these swings with MAW from budget to budget. We'll show a reduction, and next time I'll show an increase. What we are seeing right now, though, is it's been hard to get an explanation from the state, but during COVID, some changes happened at the federal level on what was allowable expenses and who can actually be claimed, which is reducing the amount of money we're actually receiving for services. And so that is why we are now starting to see some of these decreases. And so this will be a loss of funding for the school districts that we're passing that through. And then a $3.6 million decrease for the regional K-12 collaborative. And then because of the GASB laws for accounting, because our money in the Orange County Treasurer showed a fair market value loss, we have to show that as a loss. It's just on paper, it's not actually real, but accounting standard says we must show it. And then we have a couple new or expanding programs. And so the California Community School Partnership Program is 1.9 million. We are receiving a contract from San Diego for that. And so that's to be spent over 2 years, so only half of that is in the budget for 23-24. And then we just got word that we're receiving a California Apprenticeship Initiative, which is 1.5 million from the California Community Colleges. That is not in this budget yet, because I actually haven't seen the signed documents yet. And so our total expenditures, employee benefits and salaries are only 58% of our budget, As a county office, quite a few of our funds will actually be passed through to other districts, and so that's that 34.1 million you see there and other contracts. Our salaries and benefits, it does include the salary settlement we had for teachers because that was 2 years, so that is in the 23-24 budget already. Our classified supervisory management have not completed their salary negotiations, and so they're not included in this budget. Our health benefits are still in discussion with our health benefits committee, so increases are not included. At last blush, we are trying to negotiate some changes, but we have a very significant increase this year of about 17%. That is not far off the trend for other agencies also, but our actual, in order to not have a substantive increase, you have to be about 70% of your premium. We're at 102%. So we've had a very high number of claims this year, and so that's driving that. We did include, if we had an increase for statutory benefits for step and column and for new positions that are included. And then we have a whole bunch of positions that we funded through June 30th of 2024 that we're tracking closely because those positions should end in that June time period. And so we will either, if through attrition, not replace those, or we will be coming back to you to talk about possibly a reduction in staffing. But these were hired with COVID funds, and they were hired knowing those were temporary positions. Books and supplies is $13 million. And so 8 of that is in a holding category. And so you have the detail of that on page B, 114 in your book. It shows all the programs that we're holding funds for. Some of them may be because we had to do a specific expenditure report for that program. So we may have included some salary increases for the next year, but put it in the holding account, not in the salaries yet. Or we're just not sure exactly what category they're going to use. And then 4.7 million for increase in equipment for health and safety items. And then this is where you can see the expenditure for the arts and music block planning, the plan approval. Service and other operating expenses is down by 13.3. And so 10 million of that is for MTSS. So those are sub-agreements out to different school districts and county offices throughout the state. Those are actually funds that we received in 2016. So it tells you the lag time, how we receive the money and then we're spending it over multiple years. And then 1.9 decrease in various operating expenses, and then 996,000 decrease in various contracts. So we have some major capital projects coming for this next year. And so obviously our big one's going to be Rancho Sonado. So we're still in the design and plan approval stage. We have HVAC replacement for multiple sites, and we're utilizing our COVID funds for that. We have roofing replacement for this site, and then some infrastructure upgrades for the Countless site, and then shade structures to improve outdoor learning areas. We did quite a bit of that in this year. We will be expanding to some of our special school sites at Hillview, Man, and Mission Viejo, and we're in conversation with Sunburst about we can't actually build a shade structure on property we don't own. And so talking about helping them with what does that look like. And then some a painting at Harbor Learning Center. It's hard to believe that that's been 10 years already, and so time for refreshing. So some of our future budget projections. In your booklet, you do have the multi-year projection. You know, in speaking with Dr. Maharis and our cabinet, one of our concerns is when you look 3 years out, we'll have lost our one-time funding, and our expenditures continue to grow. And so looking at how we control that and looking at that on a thoughtful way to not create large reductions. So we're looking at that very closely. Our declining enrollment, not only OCD, we see a small increase, but countywide, we are still declining. And so part of our funding as a county operations is based on countywide ADA. And so there's a reduction there. We are seeing an increase in behavioral concerns and expectations since the pandemic for both students and employees. And that takes more resources for that. Competition for salaries is an ongoing concern, which is why we agreed to a classification and salary study for all non-certificated staff. And so that will be starting soon. And an increase in accountability and transparency reporting for multiple programs. So a lot of the new programs that we've received in the last couple of years have come with a whole slew of new reporting requirements. A new LCAP, you will see next year, a whole new format again. And that has a lot more, what they're calling transparency, it has a lot more detail in it. Differentiated assistance is showing we have to have a lot more transparency of the services that we're providing to districts, and also the districts showing what they're doing to get out of differentiated assistance. And then we have 2 new GASB standards that start that you will be seeing. One is for our leases, and the other one is we now have to track any multi-year software agreements and show depreciation for those. So that is the majority of my presentation. Questions
So
at
I
this
have one
time?
big question.
Yes.
So what happens, you're not going to have a complete answer, but I'm just going to throw it out there.
Mhm.
What happens if we find out that the deficit is more like 50 rather than 31.8?
I think he'll be forced to probably take it from the rainy day funds. I think that it will be difficult for him to politically cut education at this point. You could see deferrals, and so what that means is what they should have paid us in June, they'll pay us in July. They do funding accounting,
Right.
which we can't do that, by the way.
Uh-huh.
But I think you'll see more of those type of things. I'm surprised he's not getting as much pushback from areas outside of K-12, who are the ones who are going to be probably losing these funds. So that's my best guess from what
Right.
we're hearing.
I mean, yeah, it's crystal
Yeah.
ball, but.
I mean, I was around when
little bird-
Schwarzenegger came in
little
office.
Little birds
Yeah.
are buzzing around saying it could be upwards of 50.
It could, and since I have been around a long time, this did happen when Arnold Schwarzenegger came in, and remember they passed a budget and then a week later called a special session and did massive cuts. And so luckily, as you'll see in our budget, we do have adequate reserves, so we would be able to weather those.
Okay.
That's not an issue for us.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the Legislative Analyst's Office has pegged the number more like 40 billion. I know the governor's at 31 billion for a deficit. I think the LAO, and I might be using old information, but I think has said that it's, in his estimation, a $40 billion deficit.
At least.
Yeah, could be. And remember, the other complication is because they delayed state taxes, they're not going to really know till October. Right? You know, some of us paid our taxes in April, but there was a large portion that deferred until October, so they actually really don't know yet. So it could.
Yeah. I mean, but you're just calculating all the various contingencies and how you can shift and move and not renew or whatever you have to do.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, some of the laws changed in the last year, which is not helping us because we literally cannot do a layoff unless we notice them by March 15th. So that means we're already past the time period for us to
Right.
lay off for the next year. And so we have to be very thoughtful in hiring positions, looking at what positions we're filling. And so basically right now, if any positions can be filled, it's going to really go through either Nino or Dr. Miramontes to approve, and Dr. Maharis is obviously the final say of whether that's a position that's really needed this time.
Okay. Any other questions from my board members? I'll start to my right.
It's getting late, but I have a couple. So, Renee, as I read this, the department has 1,433 employees, but
Regular employees.
1,177 regular
Right.
employees, right? Classified salaries, is that administrative staff?
Well, classified is basically anybody that doesn't require a credential.
Right. And then certificated salaries, those are teachers.
They could be administrators that require a credential also. So those are basically credential positions.
What percentage of the 1,177, more or less, are actual teachers that teach kids?
Probably, I don't know that number off the top of my head. I know that number has gone down considerably as we've declined in enrollment. But remember, a lot of the work that we do for school districts requires certificated staff, like curriculum coordinators, things like that. So they're considered certificate also, but I can get back to you on that question.
I'm just trying to figure out how much we're spending on, direct teaching of kids and how much we're spending on administrative staff.
Right, so I can get you that information, and I do actually have, if you look in the budget on page, see if I can find it here. there's two places that you can see it, but the first one will be on B39. And you can see 1,100 on the left side, certificate salaries. That says teacher salary, so that is 32.4 million. Do you see that? And then you can see pupil support, so those are gonna be like psychologists, those type of things, direct with students is 4.5 million. And then the supervisors and administrators is 19 million. And then other are ones who don't follow those categories, so that's 3 million. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, it does. Could we just quickly go over those numbers again?
Yeah. So for teachers, so they're the biggest share at 32.4 million. Pupil support salaries, so those are not teachers, but directly impacting students.
Important.
Right? 4.5 million. And then supervisors and administrators, 19 million. Other certificated salaries are 3 million. And
What are they?
So they're normally, if I remember correctly, I think it's some of our counselors might fit into that. So it's based on how the state account code structure reads, but I can get more detail for you. So the total for the certificate is 59.4 million. And then for classified, it kind of does the same thing for you down below. It shows the instructional salaries. So 14 million are instructional salaries. So those are going to be our paraeducators. So they're not a credentialed teacher.
Assistants.
Assistants,
Okay.
right?
But still direct classroom
Yes.
involvement. So important.
Right, and then the support salaries are going to be the same thing, the 3.5 million. So they're not instructional salaries, but the support is supporting school sites. And then we have supervisory and administrative salaries is 33.7. And then
So more than double.
Probably, because remember, as a county office, one of our large functions are mandated services, and so we have a whole business department that does payroll, accounting, and all those things for all the school districts also.
Okay.
Right? So that's different than a school district. A county office has very different functions, and so we do have a lot more clerical and accounting type functions than a district would, because we are running all those services for the school districts. And then the technical and office salaries are 17 million. And then the other are 1.1, so a total of 70 million.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from trustees? Trustee Shaw?
Thank you. So I was looking, one of the more striking things, I think, is that ADA for OCDE programs chart. So from 2010-11, 10,416 students, down to now 4,478, so over a 50% reduction. And I guess at first glance, it seems like a good thing. I mean, because a lot of these are students in juvenile court or expelled, and obviously we don't like to see these sorts of things. So it's a good thing that they're declining, but then I'm wondering, okay, what's behind that number declining? Is it just that?
It is a big change in juvenile justice, philosophy. And
That's
so,
what I was gonna get
right.
at.
So it is a direct outcome of the changes in the juvenile justice system. So they really do not want to incarcerate students, and so we used to actually incarcerate students, or would they be on probation just for being truant? That doesn't happen anymore. Okay, and so you have to have multiple, I don't want to say crimes, but events in order for them to be, they're not, if you're shoplifting, you're not going to get incarcerated.
It's the most serious of crimes.
Thank you.
There was an alternative to incarceration about several years ago. And so because of that, you'll see our juvenile court schools have declined over the last 5-7 years significantly, and even more so in the last 2 years since the pandemic. They simply are not housing, and that's been across the state, not just in our county.
Okay. Trustee Barkey?
I'm good. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that extensive presentation.
Okay.
And do we have a public hearing now?
Yes, we do. So, good evening, President Sparks and members of the board. Actually, good morning on here. I At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite any members of the public to comment on the 2023-24 preliminary budget. Hearing no comments, I'd like to close the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now I'll call Dr. Miramontes again to the podium to conduct the UPK presentation.
There we go. All right, thank you for having me up for the third time tonight. Before I get started, I want to give the board some context here. There are over 250 early learning centers programs that are licensed within the county, and 26 of our staff members guide and support those learning centers. I'd like to thank our administrator, Elida Garcia, and her staff for their efforts, so thank you, Elida. Okay, so, I went too far. Uh-oh.
Ox in the afternoon in Washington.
Go back. There we go. There we go. It's been late, so I apologize. There we go. So as a reminder, this is not an action item, it's just an information item. Previously, Dr. Olmsted has been providing the board updates on the expansion of universal preschool. No additional expansions per se, just expectations of a mixed delivery plan. The UPK delivery mixed plan provides funding to Child Care Local Council to plan each county's UPK expansion, which operates under the Orange County Department of Education. Next slide, please. So there's a work group that meets, and I'll show you the work group here in a little bit, but there are 4 focus areas that they want that mixed delivery plan should include. High quality universal preschool options for 3 and 4-year-olds through a mixed delivery system. What that really means is whether it's a California State preschool program, a federal Head Start program, a faith-based licensed program, or private center, learning center, those are what we call mixed delivery systems. The other 2 things that are the other 3 things that are need to be a part of this plan is increasing inclusion of children with exceptional needs, workforce pathways, and outreach and enrollment supports for families of those 3 and 4-year-olds. Next slide. This here is the overarching graphic of the mixed delivery system. It's nothing new, but it's now working together with a plan. Regardless of which mixed delivery system is out there, parents have options. Private preschools, Head Start, faith-based preschools, etc. There are parents to select and enroll their students in. So it's a great thing that our county office is actually leading this, but we have partners in this. Next slide. Here's the work group agency. So we have a listserv, and I can't tell you how many there are on that listserv. There's a lot of people out there. We put that listserv out in an email to ask for anybody who wants to be part of the work group. We've got 16 categories, and we're able to fill those 16 categories rather quickly. Last slide. I'd like to highlight the work of the work group through our list serve. Like I said, great representations. I'd like to reiterate that working closely and collaboratively with our Learning Planning Council, which Elida oversees, our county's in great hands. So I want to thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Is my mic on? Hello? Okay, Dr. Williams had a family emergency, so he had to dash out, so he apologizes for not being able to finish up the meeting. So the next item is basically providing more context around the innovative funding pathway the initiative that I sort of put together. And we were wanting to, it's actually not a video, it's just a radio interview.
Yeah, an audio, and we have it.
Audio interview, yeah. So, So the question is, we had talked about it, putting the link, like how do we put links up so that the public can better understand what we're doing? And so I'm bringing that to the board. And if you'd like, if you approve, if it's the will of the board.
Consensus.
If the will of the board to post the link that describes this project, then we could do that. So I think.
Do you want to hear it?
Do you want to hear it? The radio interview?
Sure.
And then you can decide to post.
How long is it?
It's kind of long.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
you synopsize it?
Well, it's just like what I've talked about the initiative and about the interviews that I was doing in DC to meet with the various representatives, senators, and so forth about providing additional wraparound services for one of our charter schools here in Orange County to help put icing on the cupcake of the great work that they've been doing to help foster and homeless youth have a greater ability to learn. So I'm trying to raise $1 million around that.
If you think that's something that we should be posting, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, I'd like to because it just provides context because people are asking, oh, what's your initiative? And I've mentioned it a little bit at the meeting. We had Church and Associates come out. Elaine Temple described a little bit, but it's kind of a bite size, even though I guess it's 15 minutes long. But if people want to click on it, they have the option to click on it.
I have no doubt you did a terrific job, and we should post the link.
Mr. Rowland said I did an okay job, so.
Okay job?
Just okay?
You did such a good job, we don't have to prove it to the end.
He thought I knocked it out of the park, actually, to be honest.
Did you say that?
So it sounds like you have board consensus for us to add that to the website. We would just need to know where on the website you want it. So we'll work with you with regards to that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. That'd be great. All right. That brings us to, well, we're going to have to table Williams, I think, his proclamation certificate. It's in your packet, but I think he likes this and he wants something around it, but I don't
And
really
my
know.
understanding was that, I did talk to him briefly, and I told him that we would do 2 mock-ups.
Oh, okay.
What his intent was to have a better version of a proclamation if the board did proclamations. And he was interested in moving from certificates to proclamations, and he wanted some fancy paper. So we did do a mock-up, and the board emblem would be on it. Similar to how we send this out and it's raised and so forth. In a short amount of time, we weren't able to do that, but we at least have the drawings and so forth. So we can carry it over to the next meeting.
Yeah, because it's kind of
and-
his thing, so I'd like him to be able to speak to it. I don't want to talk out of turn.
Most definitely. And I'll get these samples to him in advance also, so that if there's something different, then he can let us know that as well.
Okay.
You skipped over the 2023 California Distinguished Schools recognition.
Oh, yeah, I can
And
see
that
it.
was on here just so that the board was aware that invitations had been sent out to all the districts who received that recognition. If they would like to come to the next board meeting on the 21st, then the board would be recognizing them, similar to when the board recognized the charter schools that received that same award.
Yeah, I wanted to do that. And for any schools that can't come, I still would like a list of all those schools so that we can recognize them.
The list is in your red folder already.
Perfect.
And we had asked them just to RSVP so we'd know how many of them were coming and so forth. So hopefully we'll have that in the next week or at least.
What day are we going to do that?
21st, next meeting. Because the school year is sort of ending in this next, depending on which district. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I didn't see that, sorry. Okay, so any announcements from Deputy Superintendent?
Excuse me. Just the next board meeting is June 21st, and submission deadline is today. So if,
yeah.
We do have the items already for that meeting, but if board members had items, we would need them by the morning, just so that we can get that completed and meet timelines. Also wanted to let you know that the 2023 CSBA Annual Education Conference has opened up for registration. It's going to be held November 30th through December 2nd in San Francisco, even though they said they weren't going back to San Francisco again. It's scheduled in San Francisco. We went online and got held spots for all 5 trustees. And I know you all typically like to see what's on the agenda. beforehand, so we won't have that information probably until October, November timeframe, but I just wanted you to be aware we did secure registration, and we'll have up until like almost that time to cancel and get our full refund. So we'll let you know when we get close to that timeline and you can make decisions. Also, CCBE Annual Conference has been identified as September 8th through the 10th. That will be in Monterey for the benefit of Trustee Valdez. That is all county offices of education boards have their own conference annually. And the board ended up registering for participation with CCBE in March as a result of Mary's information that she brought forward. So if any of you are interested in going to that conference, please let Daru know and she will secure spots for you all. I believe you know everything that's in your red folder, and if there's anything else that we can prepare for you, just let us know.
I do have one edit for the for the next board meeting, but I can tell you offline. Okay. Just don't let me forget to tell you.
Will you send us just emails on those conferences so we have the
Yeah.
dates? Thank you. Or even one email with all of them, just so I.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
They just opened up this week, so we just got that information.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, any legislative updates from anyone? Committee report, board member comments?
I had a really nice evening at Garden Grove. They invited me to their annual dinner, and I was really treated to a fantastic concert, you know, from the students. I was particularly impressed by the elementary school choir, which I couldn't believe was an elementary school, but so I want to thank Gabrielle Maffei for that invitation, and a very nice night out.
Well, that seems like so long ago. I can't believe that was just in this last couple of weeks. But yes, I was there as well. I was actually Dr. Maffei's date, and I had quite the lovely time. It was quite the event, and yeah, it was nice to see. It was a huge event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Trustee Shaw, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I was very pleased to participate last week in several high school graduations. The Fullerton Joint Union High School District, where I live, was kind enough to invite me to the Fullerton High School, Sunny Hills High School, and Troy High School graduations. And I love going to graduations, so that was a lot of fun for me. So I just wanted to publicly thank them for that and the great work they're doing. I was the trustee last time who, or I guess it was 2 months ago, I think, that brought forward the position that, or the agenda item that we should take a position on Assembly Bill 1314. And, you know, we had a lot of public comments this evening about that, and I appreciate we have strong opinions on both sides of that issue. And the one thing that did have me cringing was a few of the comments that were motivated by hate. And I just couldn't let this meeting go by and just let that slide. I don't feel in my heart any hatred for students who are experiencing gender dysphoria or wanting to, or, you know, whatever. I think it was simply, you know, we can have an honest disagreement. I think parents, if you have a minor student in a school and they're being given a new pronoun, they're going into the other bathroom, they're playing on the other sports, they're transitioning, you know, gender at school, their mom and dad should know about it. And I don't think that's a hateful position to take. I don't think my friend Assemblyman Assaley is being motivated by hate when he authored that bill, and I don't feel in my heart or on our board we were motivated by hatred to support that idea. So it's simply, you know, an honest disagreement we can have, and I'm sorry that people are ascribing that motive to us, which I don't think is fair or accurate, but I wanted to say One thing I also wanted to see about doing, we're always getting questions about charter schools and as an authorizer of charter schools. And I thought maybe on our board's website, we could, put more information up there about what are charter schools, how does that process work? And I think I've had an idea too, that maybe on our board's website, we can have a link to the different schools that we are, the charter authorizing agency for. And, maybe it's taking them to the external link for, our schools there. So I don't think that would be too much work to maybe have a section on our page that would provide that information and just, here's the schools that the Orange County Board of Education has chartered, and if you click here, you'll kind of take you to the website for that school. So that's my little idea. I think that we can. I don't think that would be too much to ask, and that we could get that done at some point if I can make that suggestion. So that's all.
Thank you. And I would just add that, our board is very committed to public school safety. We're going to conduct an entire forum on it on September 20th, as I had announced. And so I concur with your comments around that. And then the second thing, I would just say I'm honored to be invited to be the commencement speaker for Epic Charter School on Friday. So if you want to come hear me give a speech, I'll be there for the graduation as the commencement speaker. So I'm honored to do that. Trustee Barker, do you have any additional comments?
No, I think I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well, having said that, we do have a couple of public comments, and then we'll wrap it up.
2 more. All right, we're gonna hear from Joette, followed by Mary.
And you're gonna have a report out also.
And we're going to report on yes.
Thank you, all of you. I appreciate you taking me. I know it's late, and I know you're tired. First of all, I'd have to say, in the very beginning, when all of the LGBTQ people were talking and they kept bringing up 500 laws, I'm not sure what 500 laws are. I'd certainly like to find out. AB 1314 is to notify parents. It's parental notification of gender change in school. It's not anti-gay, and if a child has gender dysphoria, they do not, that does not mean that they immediately disassociate themselves with their parents. Their parents are still their parents. And parents will always be the premier advocates for their kids. But what I wanted to talk about was we're having a bit of difficulty with Planned Parenthood in El Medina. I don't know if any of you have kept up with this. I'm going to be as quick as possible. We are having a problem with, apparently they're representing themselves as a political advocacy group and not a health organization, and apparently that's why we're having a little bit of difficulty getting them out of El Medina. It's also been said that the principal of the school has turned it over to one of the students, and she said, well, I have nothing to do with it. It's a student thing, and the students have First Amendment rights.
2 minutes goes by fast. I'm afraid your time's expired.
May I?
Can you just finish your thought?
Yeah, we need some clarification with Planned Parenthood as to what they're doing over there. They're bringing in advocates for reproductive health and health rights. They have a peer ambassador program for sexual and reproductive experts.
Why don't you just can you give us this information after the meeting? We'll talk to you one-on-one.
Okay.
Because we got to be fair. Everyone gets their 2 minutes.
I understand. I
All
understand, and it is late.
So we'll hear
One
from
last
Mary.
thing.
Thank
No,
you.
no,
No, your time
One
is
last
up.
thing.
Your time is up.
All right, Mary.
Your time is up. Thank you.
We'll talk to you afterwards.
All right.
President Sparks and trustees. I did not expect to speak tonight, hence I didn't bring my regular black vocals. I came in, it was sunny out, so I apologize. This is how I have to read at my age. I live and I work in the Orange County, as do two of my children. My grandchildren live here too, not working yet. Tonight's public comments were extremely repetitive. And I want to thank you all for your devotion to our children. And I know that their safety is your utmost concern. And I want to remind the board that just because something is repeated over and over again does not make it true. I very much care for the safety of all children in our schools. I wholeheartedly agree with the golden rule that was shared tonight, do unto others as you would want. I so appreciated Dr. Williams' presentation of the research that was done, which proved beyond a shadow of doubt that AB 1314 is to protect our children, who God gave to parents to support and to guide. So please don't back down on the truth. Many parents, I wholeheartedly know, support AB 1314. I heard the threat earlier this evening also to districts 1, 3, and 4 as far as elections are concerned, but parents are also watching you, and we are praying for you, for your strength and for your protection, because this is a volatile time. And I appreciate what you also came up with as far as the decorum in here, because that was a little embarrassing. We're all adults, and the way that some people conducted themselves was not acceptable. I don't care what side that you're on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so now, to wrap up the evening, we have our report out from our grand attorneys. Jonathan Brenner.
Thank you and good evening, President Sparks, trustees. Good to be with you. This is the report out for closed sessions 1 through 4. The report out for closed session 5 will be conducted by Mr. Rowland. No closed session was conducted for item number 1. For items 2 through 4, a discussion was had with council, and the only action taken was to approve Epstein Becker Green invoices as follows. 111-8526, 111-8527, 111-8528, 112-1454, 112-1455. Yes.
Would you start it, would you do that again?
The last two, I think.
Last two.
The last two, yes.
112-1454 and 112-1455. The votes to approve those invoices were 5-0, all voting in favor. And that's the report out for closed sessions 1 through 4. As indicated, Mr. Rowland will provide the report out for closed session 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland.
Don't worry, no invoices coming. As to closed session item number 5, the board gave direction to council regarding a matter of pending litigation.
Thank you. And that is a wrap. We'll see you all in a couple weeks. Thank you.